Now, it goes back to the Ministry of Local Government. How do you help us? Because I'm looking at it as an example. When I was in Masaka, the last 4 years, we could not get a partnership with the Chinese as one district. I was in charge of Ruengo, a district without a bank. You know, you don't know the bankable income of the people you have. Then you want to go into partnership with a province in China to do business. Too small. So we had to create the Greater Masaka Consortium in order to partner with the Chinese. So maybe the ministry should look at how strategic we can be to create the kind of consortiums for economic development. Since the policy is in place, now what we need to do, our thinking should be, you know, how do we operationalize the lead policy in a manner that we really create viable units for business? That's my take.
Thank you so much. I'm Peter Wandera, Chief Finance Officer Kumi, but also the chairperson of the Chief Finance Officers of Uganda. Now, mine is also on the PPP. My first issue is that this PPP Act of 2015, as much as it's existing, it hasn't been popularized yet to the local governments, because this will enable us to know the menu for us, for the local governments. Like, for example, it has been said, the individual local governments are too small to partner, because that is what we would look at and see what modality, what model can we adapt? Is it a regional? Is it a consortium of a number of local governments? And the risks, like it has been said, the political risks, cultural risks, and other risks. Yes, once you have, there is no investment without risks. What matters is to have a risk management plan or strategy that can mitigate these risks. We had a study as CFOs in Dar es Salaam, in Chinondoni municipality, and we found that their major source of revenue came from a PPP, a partnership that they created with investors and put up a very nice, magnificent building that they have a sharing ratio of rent. And we have local governments that have this prime land to provide. We have local governments that have expanse land, say for agriculture in the rural countryside. Including Ikumi, where I come from, we have this. We have prime land in town, around the district. We have expanse land in the rural sub-counties. So all this can be harnessed if we have this PPP popularized, so that we can know which menu we can pick from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to start with Idi Mugunga on the question of how do we disseminate essentially the PPP Act downwards so that local governments understand what the opportunities are. I'm going to move to Engineer Kasulu with the question, which is how do we create bigger units and more viable scale? I'm going to ask Dr. Muhumuza to speak about, you were the first person to mention the de-risking. So it would be great to ask you about what solutions there could be for de-risking, or what ideas you have about de-risking. And then I have actually, there's a question that was directed to you from MPA about green finance, but we also have an online question that I want to take the opportunity to ask you as well now. So we have an audience online here. And the question is, the whole discussion to tap into private finance versus the new recommendation for local government taxes to be collected by URA. How is this possible when there is an increased move to centralize local government revenue collection? I know, E.D. Kisaka, you asked me whether URA is here, and it would actually be great to have URA as part of this panel as well. But maybe speaking from your perspective, when we're thinking about more centralized revenue collection, how can we also speak about more decentralized own source revenue? So let me start with E.D. Mugunga.
Thank you very much. Really very good questions. I think let me do two things. On popularizing PPPs, I agree 100%. The act, just like most of them, is made in Parliament and handed over. And you start with the institutional building around the act so that it's operationalized. But the act is as good as useless when it is not, when it doesn't inform regulations. Another process. And downwards from that, you have the guidelines. So we thought initially the race to adopt PPP, with your permission, Astrid, was taken over by political actors. It became a terminology, one of the newer terminologies in town that you can use to detach from planning. In other words, my colleagues from National Planning Authority know we are under obligation to plan and plan appropriately within the resource envelope that's available. But because political actors have a completely different lens they use to see things, so they make these huge promises. And then they adapt PPP as the other alternative route that we shall fund. But they didn't actually then realize that there was need to have a framework under which they would operate. And hence the initial projects you see referred to as PPPs, and not necessarily PPPs. And the ED will agree with me that the initial giveaway of markets in Kampala, in Wakiso, and all these things, people called them PPPs, but they don't pass the test because they were never PPPs. So the issue here is both the concept, appreciating it, understanding it, then operationalizing it. Let me give you one extra example so that I tell you exactly what we are going to do. I have a physical case in Mbarara. They wanted as a city to do staff houses. But parallel to that, the university, with its financing and guaranteed revenue from student intake, wanted to do a village for lecturers. On the third tier, from the government, you have National Housing and Construction Company with 2 estates there in one compound, already done. So us planning and working in the silos has led to this. So at times PPPs is not the terminology. PPPs is the will to do things outside the budget, but bring together all of these strengths that you can pull together. So when Mbarara University came to us and said, we want to do a PPP on housing, I said, oh, so how are you going to pay for it? Of course, they kept quiet. Then you realize the project has not been thought through. On the other hand, National Housing has a whole lot of houses. It's the same would happen to KCC now. If KCC wanted houses for staff, there's a whole village to which KCC built a road in after Kasui, as you go towards Namungona. Units of about 60 detached houses, which are not occupied by National Housing. So why do we have duplicity? So I think what we are going to do, and what we've already started doing, one, we're making sure that the act is clear through the regulations, but most importantly, through the tools that enable Kampala City Council and the Zombo District to be able to say, what do I have to do if I'm coming up with a feasibility study? What are the inputs into a feasibility study? So we have templates now. If you visited the PPP website, you'll find that. So route number 1 is to make sure those tools are there. Route number 2 is the engagement. We've done a countrywide engagement, which we are doing, and we're continuing along those paths. Route number 3 is direct engagement with municipalities and local governments. Kind in this room and out there. Do not fall for the promises of, I can give you this infrastructure tomorrow if you sign on the dotted line before you start the project. It's so important. Allow me to give one example, and this is the final one.
We have to.
This one example is, thank you very much. One municipality I know, spent money on architects, quantity surveyors, land acquisition, and by the time they called us in to do a PPP. They had spent 1.5 million US dollars. And when they called me, because I didn't know the story, I actually say, no, we can actually structure together, and in the project you own it, by the way, where design is part of the competition.
Yeah.
So you didn't actually have to spend 1.5 million designing the block, but they had already spent it. So the urge to quickly move is important, it's political, it's accountability, but also seeking out information so that we engage. We are available to engage, and we are committed to this cause. We are willing to help out. Kindly engage with us, and we shall seek you out as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So quickly following on to Engineer Kisulu, we only have a few minutes, so if I could ask everyone to keep their comments brief, but in terms of engagement, so then how can we respond to the question about how can we create bigger units of engagement to be able to engage with the PPP unit?
Thank you very much. Kao Wachiso kind of actually touched the answer. The Constitution allows us to cooperate, to local government units to cooperate, and it doesn't give us any limits, at least as of now, on this cooperation. So he pointed out how others are doing it. The consortia, West Nile is doing it, the Rwenzori region is doing it, so that they can attract bigger projects, bigger PPP engagements. But like Mr. Mugunga said earlier, the second thing I want to end with, there are even smaller PPPs you can do at your level, even at your parish, at your sub-county. In Luengo district, where Mr. Kuruhira Kao now was, I visited Luengo in 2014, and something which amazed me was that they had partnered with a financing institution, finance trust. They were partnering with a company called Village Power to provide solar equipment, and then the district. And all they were doing was they go to every homestead which had no electricity. The solar power, Village Power provides you the solar equipment to light up your house. You get a loan from Finance Trust. And with the district, they work out a way of how you're going to actually meet your expenses, how you're going to pay off your loan. Now, and the way they were doing it was give people, the district now gives seeds to farmers and so on, so that they can actually eventually be able to pay off. Now, what happens is that the whole district today has power, not umeme power, but they have power in their houses, each and every house. Now, if the district was to extend power lines to each and every house, how much would it have spent? If it was to bring umeme to power the whole district, how much would that have? But now, that's another form of a PPP which is so effective without actually a lot of do. So I think we can explore so many things. There's another one we did in a district called Lamore, where we had a company which is called Olam. It's listed on the Singapore Stock Exchange. And what this company was doing, he said, just get me, how many farmers do you have here? Yeah. And there were 8,000 of them, growing simsim and cotton. And what they did, they said, we shall give them the seeds. We shall bring tractors to actually cultivate, to help plow the land. What we want you as a district to do, help us to mobilize these farmers. Help us to get the extension workers to be there to help these farmers. So when the cotton is ready, the simsim is ready, for us as Olam, we shall buy everything from you. Yeah. So Olam got money, the farmers got money, the district got money. So everybody wins, and actually everybody is happy. Yeah. So we can do, and there are many examples we've tried out there, which I think we can build on going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's also about districts being, or local governments being role models for other local governments as well. Let me just pass to you, if you could very quickly give some thoughts on how we can best de-risk the risks that you mentioned.
I won't mention risks facing KCCA, but there are these obvious ones, as I've said. The political risk. Let's face it, local governments are politically exposed persons in the banking world. Politically exposed persons are, as a bank manager, I cannot lend money to Mr. Museveni. How do I enforce if he does not pay? So anybody closely associated with the politics, I cannot lend them money. So when you are trying to deal with the private sector, you need to put yourself at a distance from the politics. I know it is very hard because local government are structured by the political motives, but they are structured about service delivery. So let's, at the technical level, focus that conversation on providing services and structure it for service delivery. So let's identify how many people sleep in Kira and Kianja. What services do they need? In terms of hospitals, schools, markets, transport, accommodation. What is our strategy to deliver those services to those people? And what investments do we want to do? What can we do as government? What do we want the private sector to do as well? So you want to provide that technical service-related conversation. The politics, knowing it is just in the neighborhood, will come in because a politician will say, I'm the one who brought that road. So for me, a technical conversation is key. We also need to come down and identify which people do we have. This city is about the people that are in it. They are hawkers, they are borders, they are students, they are unemployed. We must grow with them. So sometimes we have a conversation, get them off the street, and I'm glad we haven't had that in the last so many months or years. We want that conversation, focus on those people. How do we grow with them? What is our strategy? Because remember, the market is looking at people. I'm not investing in a hotel or in a school because there is a free land there. I'm looking at what is the catchment area of this population. So that will remove the risk. And then finally, at the new risks that are emerging, and that's why I want to have a further conversation with the local governments, technological risks. You have been raising revenue from offices and businesses in Kampala of people who come from Wakiso to do business in Kampala. Technology is going to allow them to keep their office and work from home. So soon the business offices will be empty and the revenue will be collected by I don't know who. Yeah. So what you thought was rent from these structures, they will now be empty. But not that the business is not being done, including deliveries of goods and merchandise, because we're now shopping online. But this person might be sitting in Mkutano doing business and is no longer in the arcade, is no longer on Kampala Road. So when you come to knock on Kampala Road, people, please pay your rental income, pay your, the guys have not seen the money. Those are future risks that are actually real for the future revenues of these local governments. I'm going to sit on my farm and work with the Americans and work with the Japanese, and my dollars, you will never see them. Thank you very much. I get rich, you get poorer, but I need you to be rich to provide the basic public services. That conversation should continue.
Madam Idi, let me pass over to you with no further ado for the last comment.
Okay, I had two questions, one on green climate funding, which I want Edson, if you allow, Astrid, to respond to. And then there was one about centralized revenue versus, for lack of a better word, decentralized collection. I believe, I'm one of those people who strongly believe that decentralization is a great opportunity for us to grow the country comprehensively. We have decentralized politically, but unfortunately the thinking in our minds hasn't been quite dealt with. Why do we hesitate to allow the smaller units to collect? We all know the answer is because of corruption. It's because untrustworthy systems, inefficient systems. At KCCA, we've decided to automate most of our systems, and we think that is one way to go. Our IT unit is quite strong, and we always constantly looking for innovative ways together with the Revenue Collection Directorate. I think there is a book about the speed of trust. Trust is the issue. You know, there is no trust across board, and so we hold on. Like, for instance, at KCCA, the devolution law says we should allow the the divisions to manage some of their budget. But when I went to discuss with the accountant general, he says, no, we must do it little by little. Why? Because of trust. How much can we give? Let's start with interest, and then we go into operational money. So trust, corruption, I mean, those are real issues. What we are doing, another initiative we are taking at KCCA is having these conversations with URA on how we can work together on systems. I think we must work together across board. Those who collect revenue, we must find ways and systems of using IT efficiently so that people can gain trust about what we are doing. People can rejoice in the work that these huge governments are doing for them. Let me end with one comment, Astrid.
Sure.
We have a structure of education which is really beautiful, primary, secondary, and university, and we come out with all these complicated papers with all sorts of complicated names. But I think we should become advocates for the market school, the marketplace school. Strong advocates. In the legal profession, you have to gain points to be able to renew your practicing certificate. And you gain the points by paying the fees, by going to different. I believe that governors of local governments should personally get interested in accrediting themselves all the time. What is happening now is when you bring people together, you pay them to come to you. And I think that is not a motivator for us to better ourselves in understanding things like PPP, things that are happening right now. But if you know that my appraisal is dependent on how much I've improved myself in the marketplace school, which is a virtual school, which is put on by different people, I think people will become more interested.
Yeah.
Because you get a governing person who has very limited knowledge about what they should be doing for the organization. That's why you end with 2 billion shillings rent. Who does that? You don't do that in your home. Why would you do it for a government?
Thank you
very much.
Edson, I'm going to actually hold off because I think one of the future panels was going to talk about the green finance, and I know that we are way over time because Catherine has been standing there looking at me pointedly. But I think everyone will agree this has been a fascinating panel. We had E.D. Mugunga with his Ministry of Finance hat on saying something very important, which is let's not focus on the national budget. We don't have that much national budget. Then we had E.D. Kisaka saying we need to think out the box, we need to look at alternatives. We had Engineer Kasula saying, and there's some excellent examples from local governments who are already doing that, who are starting to cooperate, but we can do more, even as per our constitution, it's in there. We had the CEO, Kalyagira, who is not here, but he said, that cooperation is going to be important to be able to attract the private finance that we all agree is worth seeking. But I think I just want to end with Dr. Muhumuza's comment, which is we need not forget the people, we need not forget why we're doing this. We're doing this for the people that we serve, for the services and the infrastructure they need. So I welcome you all to give a round of applause for this extremely esteemed and very interesting panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Astrid, could you kindly lead your team, the panelists, to the front here for a group photo before they go away? Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our panel. Thank you so much for dissecting these issues very. Kindly make your way to the front here for a group photo. And as you make your way here, I would like to request Ms. Gertrude Rose Gamwera to make her way to, after the ladies have sanitized the microphones, to make your way to the table, the center table for the next panel. But before that, I'd like also to encourage us to, I love the pictures with masks on. Huh. I'd like to encourage us to go and pick a cup of tea out there because we're already running behind schedule. I wouldn't want us to break for a whole 15 or so minutes to take the tea, but you can slowly go pick your cup and come back here with it, because the next session, the next panel is getting set, and we're not going to break per se, but you can pick your coffee and come and... Oh, is Astrid here in the picture? Okay. Okay. Beautiful picture it will be. But also I'd like to say that human beings are very selfish creatures, and I'm one of them. Of all things that were said, I picked, most importantly, was what Mr. Jim Mugunga said. And he took myself and NMG. I can give you our red card before you leave, so we can help you popularize the PPP Act. Our online audience, we're going to take a 2-minute break while the next panel sets up. I'm going to ask, to save time, I'm going to help you invite your panelists. Okay? The next panel is going to discuss the gaps and bottlenecks in enhancing local revenue. And that session is chaired by none other than Ms. Gertrude Rose Gamwera. And the panelists are Adam Babale, the Director of Local Government Revenue. Mr. Adam. We also have Mr. Edward Chiwanuka Gwavuganda, the Town Clerk Gulu. May I have the panelists for the next session make it to the center table, please? We also have Mr. Robert Noere, KCCA Deputy Director for Revenue Collection. Mr. Isaac Arinitwe from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Commissioner of Tax Policy. We also have Mr. Yasin Sendaula. He is the Commissioner, Urban Inspection in the Ministry of Local Government. Wow, this is a very rich panel. I want to emphasize that this conversation is going on right here and online, and we can get it going through the hashtag Mkutano 20. Mkutano, hashtag Mkutano 20. Mkutano is without U. It's MKUTANO 20. So we get the discussion going. But I would like to challenge David. You started this, and the name of this conference is in Kiswahili. How much Kiswahili do you know? What? So I wanted to challenge someone to translate the word, the name of the conference in Kiswahili. It is local government is serikali za mitaa mpatanishe. Okay? And now huu ni mkutano wa kusudi. It's a meeting of purpose. Okay. Now, kindly pick up your tea and make your way back to the hall so we can get started. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen outside, kindly pick up your tea and get back inside so we can listen to the next panel. I'd like to give thanks to our partners, Uganda Local Government Association, Cities Alliance, European Union, of course, KCCA, UNCDF, Stanbic Bank, and NSSF. Thank you for making this possible, for making this happen. Now that our panelists are ready, I think we shouldn't waste any more time. We'll just dive into it. But Assumpta, I think she's ready for the next presentation. All right. Now, Commonwealth principles on good practice for local democracy and good governance, we all know, adopted unanimously by CLGF members in March 2005 has adequate and equitable resource allocation as one of its key principles, stating that local governments must have adequate financial resources to fulfill their mandate and ensure significant autonomy in resource allocation. However, is this the reality? Many times, and in many countries, of course, Uganda being no exception, this is not achieved due to numerous bottlenecks and challenges. So what are these challenges is what the next panel is going to address, and how do we fill the gaps? Now, to lead this discussion is Ms. Gertrude Rose Gamwera, but before she takes us through that, let me invite Ms. Assumpta Batamwenda to make a brief technical presentation to help give context to this conversation. Welcome, Ms. Assumpta. May I have some sanitizer here, please? Ushers, please. Ushers. Ushers. Sanitizer.
Are we ready to go? Somebody with the presentation, please flash it. Okay. I can't access time here on my laptop. Is it afternoon? Is it morning? Morning. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. I'm very happy to be here in these very great minds. And for me, it's like a cleansing ceremony. Since COVID, I've just been traversing northern Uganda, Karamoja. I've never sat around great minds like today, so I'm hoping I'm going to wash off all the rust that I've accumulated since February when we locked down. I was asked to talk about gaps and bottlenecks in enhanced, and my biggest city is Mbale. I understand the city managers and leaders of Mbale are here. But what a huge deficit of services they have to deal with. Huge potholes which are like crater lakes. which now have become the bone of contention between the political leaders you must have watched on television. So we expect Mbale to know those points of pain on Mabua Road and Republic Road and around the market, the soaring garbage heap. But on one hand, you are buying food, on one hand, you're dealing with the soaring garbage heap. So the proximity to the grassroots is what makes local governments very dear to the citizens. But I'm telling you, they are very burdened to deliver these services. And the question is that it's not enough from the center, neither is it enough collectible at the local level. But also local councils, as an organ, they promise effective political representation. And what does that mean? It means you have to represent people, but you come with the services. So I will not go back into the big story, fiscal decentralization, we all know it. And, but it's a reminder to say that the local revenue enhancement question is not anchored in frameworks. The deficiency is not with frameworks. It's not with policy and legal frameworks, but it's the practice. I chose to categorize, and this is my categorization. Do not, if you want to quote source, quote Assumpta Tibamwenda Ikiriza. So don't say, but this is not researched, it's not substantiated. I should have put at the footnote that this is me, I am the source. So I have categorized the issues in about 5 compartments. I have looked at the issue of Uganda's financial architecture, which spells out top-bottom transfers. And that's the lullaby. That's the lullaby. Once the architecture says you shall receive monies from central government, there's going to be a tendency for you to say, okay, Mr. Keith Muhakanizi and the other group will send the money anyway. So the mindset has led us to a dependency on central government, even the little that would be able to pick, in my view. These are really personal views. They are not picked because there is an expectation of bigger money coming out of central government. I have also classified these gaps into weak capacity to critically appraise revenue sources. I talked to one very senior manager last night, because you can't finalize these presentations without cross-checking your understanding with some people. And in his view, he thinks everything complicated, everything that's not understandable in the revenue question is pushed to the tenderers, to the contractors. We need to listen to this. So in terms of appraising, of digging deep, of doing a cost-benefit analysis, that one, let's take it to the tenderer. You may agree, you may disagree. But that also stretches to the whole management and collection systems. I was even told we can have receipts in duplicates, invoices in duplicates, demand notes in triplicates, but I won't go into that story. We have high-yielding but elusive revenue sources, the local service tax, the building tax. Who is now picking money from the builders who are so informally arranged? Because the local service tax would pick money from them if they were arranged and if the companies were picking this money from there. Property tax, the outdated valuation rules. But even if they are dated, the way we can dodge around them, but also the fact that this property tax money is never plowed back for visible. You know, you must get me to see how much you've raised from me and what you have used it for, so that I can pay my next tax. There's nowhere in this world where you do not pay tax. One time I traveled to China and I was sleeping with a senior lady. So I'm now at that age, so I know what could have happened. So she tripped over and broke a flask in the room, and we were made to pay. But then the manager came in and said, no, you don't have to pay because you are covered by the hotel tax. We had been taxed previously. So there's nowhere in this world where we do not tax, but how do you demonstrate what you have used with my tax is what makes me pay the next tax. The whole question of land tax, Did I lose you? I have also categorized legal and policy tensions across institutional mandates, and Mr. Nsamba raised it, the whole question of URA, the question of the National Forest Authority, Uganda Registration Services Board or Bureau, the now new NGO Registration Authority. Who picks what? So somebody said some people are picking property tax, other people are picking a little bit of the tax. So who is picking what? And these emerging tensions could also mean that we are losing revenue in the cracks. My next categorization, which is my favorite, and I think this is why I made it to this panel, is that we have a weak local economy. I come from a cattle keeping culture and background. My father would even stand to verify that these animals have eaten and fed and taken the water. He had his own indicators. I don't even know the indicators, but he would tell you, today, tizi guta. So you must feed the cow in order to milk it. And somebody else talked about the cow. So this weak local economy, which also is aggravated by narrow spectrum of led innovations that foster household incomes. When you walk in some of these districts, you can feel and smell that the quality of living of these people is at somewhere. But you also, when you move in some of these districts, like I've recently been to the Karamoja region, you feel deprivation at the gate. So a weak local economy, what are you going to pick in terms of revenue? What are you going to pick in terms of taxes? Is a major, major matter. And so these are my categorization. You can believe in them. You can dispel of them. You can reject them, but they are mine anyway. So I wanted to make the case, and this case has already been made severally by the previous speakers. One thing about this Mkutano is that there is already a convergence of mind. Does anybody feel it? Speaker after speaker, there is a convergence of mind. What we need to do is lift the animal and throw it out of the window, the white elephant which is in the room. But the convergence of mind, the discourse, the kind of conversation, you know, you can see people really appreciate what's happening. And I would not be true to myself if I didn't even thank the people who put together the concept note. The concept note is great. It is crispy, but don't try to think that we can address the issues raised in the concept note in these 2 days. Hardly. You can never. It's like a benchmark against which we should, you know, keep continuing it to say, have we done this? Have we done a pool of resources? But trying to deal with that concept note in these 2 days, I think it's impossible, of impossibilities. In my crude rating, I think we can move only up to 20% of that concept note. But it's great. I think it's something to look, and you need to clap for yourselves, whoever constructed the concept note. So the experience is making the case. Experience is very old, but it still receives surface treatment. Do you agree? Even in this room, I could see people say, oh, agonizing, oh, there they go again. But can we do anything without this? It's downplayed. We have downplayed mandates versus central government mandates. Actually, people would rather not deal with this question because they think local governments don't have any capacity anyway. They don't have the capacity to collect, they don't have the capacity to do this. To some extent, it is true, but it is affecting the entire debate. There is shrinking space. 2 minutes left. There is shrinking space. We have the aggravated, I don't know how I made 8 minutes because I am supposed to have 10 minutes. This is aggravated by also the effects of the COVID-19. What did it do? The economy slowed down.
what also happened? Revenues in those cities, in those local governments, shut down the markets. Whatever you could pick revenue from, they shut down. So if we needed this question, it is now, because we are trying to re-emerge from the COVID. But we have also had countless efforts on this. The Finance Commission here, everybody is here. What is the missing equation? If you look at our performance assessment, we rate the performance against central government transfers. Has anybody noted that? The emphasis on local revenue is so tiny. So the echo effect is that I will sing to the tune. I will respond to where I know the performance assessment is going to deal with. If you look at these issues that I talked about, old valuation rules, unaffordable, unenforced physical planning, resulting poor trade order, you can't pick money from disorder, ladies and gentlemen. Where are you going to find me? To trace, when did I bring the vegetables at 6 o'clock? I'm on the truck selling from outside. So trade order is very, very important, especially for our urban managers. There's the question of undeclared revenues, and then the tensions that I talked about. Also, there's limited flexibility. Can you imagine? 80% of the grants are conditional, with even some outright sectors saying we cannot flex, we cannot go into this flexibility. But on the other hand, there is an increased urbanization, which has inserted a lot of service delivery pressures. My Mbale, my everywhere is so stressed. So if you needed money, it is now. Capital investments are mainly supported by dedicated programs or even by the DDEG, which, according to a study, is only 3% of the local government budget. DDEG, actually, I found it in Amria. It is the one used to wrap around other budgets that are incomplete. So it's not doing any direct capital investments. And so it is spent on a few social services. Creation of new administrations. Now, as a senior officer at the Ministry of Local Government, should be a no-go area for me. But, but just look at the essence of my discussion. When you create new administrations, there is a shock wave. They have to set up that grand administration. They have to start new roads. They have to open the radios. They have to, by radios, I mean radio roads emanating from the city. They have to do anything. And some of these local governments, especially in the rural areas, they fall in dry belts. Kaperabyonga and Amria have just returned from there. One is a complete dry belt, another one is so endowed, as if geographically they had been arranged to split organically. So the district which stays without any revenue sources, suffers from entry. And so I must consciously address this matter, because somebody is going to say, Assumpta is talking against the creation of administrations. No, I'm saying at the inception, they suffer a lot of shockwave. What could be the next steps for enforcing? I'm categorizing these into 3, and you can read underneath. One is to stimulate productivity and local competitiveness. At times we wait for the central government money, but there's local money waiting and stimulated. Local money, but we lack a deliberate mechanism to collect that local money. And I've also said we could streamline systems and policies in terms of not rubbing shoulders against URA, NFA. There's a whole conversation that the next Mkutano should look at in terms of how do we harmonize, or how Dr. Fred Muhumza raised a very pertinent matter. How do we pick money from one point X, but, distribute it equitably across the continuum in terms of roles and responsibilities? I have also created a category of investing in technical capacities for local revenue management, appraisals, feasibilities, the whole question of digitization, tracking, You know? I've provided some recommendations which you are able to read on your own, but I will take you through a few of them. Property tax, I think we need a revisit of that. LED, Engineer Kasule talked about this. That's the feeding that you give to the cattle. You must stimulate local production and productivity in order for you to come later and pick the money. But right now, we are milking a very hungry cow. And I have gone on to tell you that the lead policy is very, very firm, but also institutionalizing the municipal development forums beyond the government, because some things we don't do very well as government. I have also talked about revitalizing, of course, the lead policy. Finally, I thought if you go into the lead policy, and I'm sure that's why I was called here, we have some very useful principles that can help us go back to the local government financing question, National Development Plan. Ladies and gentlemen, when you look at the National Development Plan, it's a very beautiful blueprint. But check downstream on the local government development plans, and you see if the same tone, if the same language, if the same commitment, if the same funding follows to the local government development plans. So why are we telling ourselves a lie that we can have a beautiful development plan, and I hope Madam Edie is still listening, that can be delivered not through the local government development plans, ladies and gentlemen, because we can't invest in Kampala. We can't invest where? So by following, we must put money in those localities to invest in those local development plans. PPPs, the gentleman is still here, the head. Deliberate sourcing, attraction of private sector players. Deliberate, and you don't have to go with the big one. I like the way he really created a separation. PPPs means that you can even own and run a community library jointly. Enhancing competitiveness. What is it that is good in Napak that we should enhance? That is good in Gulu, that is good in Bukoma Simbi and all these spaces that we can work closely with the private sector to catalyze. And of course, sustainability. This central government money, ladies and gentlemen, is not sustainable. Those of you who really read current geopolitics in the region, you know the reason, and I'm not, I hope I'm not being diplomatically embarrassing, but you know the reason Zimbabwe has not collapsed, or did not collapse, because I'm sure they are beyond collapsing, was because they had a strong local government system that ran buses, that ran maize mills, that ran all these things. So there was bottom money coming to the center. That's the reason that country did not collapse. So it's not sustainable to expect money from central government. And so this question, I'll keep it at that for the seniors, for the experts. I have just managed to make the waters more turbulent than I found them. So this question is not, it's not, I don't want to use a very vulgar word, it's not sexy. It's not. It's not just another debate. It's about reclaiming fiscal space. It's about autonomy. It's about the ability of those local governments and cities to deliver. We are all excited. We have the cities. The next question. The very residents that are celebrating will look you in the face and say, Bioya Bianswa, you've given us no city at all. Be ready for that. So we need to be able to deliver these mandates. We need to increase household incomes in order for us to increase our quality of life. Do you love it? When you go to those cities, don't you see quality on the streets? Can you say the same thing for our local government, if at all the streets there? And of course, local revenue will improve service access, build stronger localities, propel Uganda to meet its vision, but also the SDGs. Thank you very much. I hope that has been provocative for my seniors. See where to begin. This is like...
Much,
Madam Assumpta. You definitely are a spoiler, like you said, but I hope we can be able to sail this ship to where we want it to go. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Gertrude Rose Gamwera, Secretary General for Uganda Local Governments Association. But before I start with the panel discussions, allow me to introduce the representatives of the association. The leadership is in-house. I'll request them to stand for visibility, for people to know that Olga is here with you in this discussion that is critical to its mandate, its advocacy mandate. We have the Vice President, Mr. Patrick Hiwa. We have Madam Marion Tukahurira, Chief Administrative Officer, Chair of our Finance Committee, and we have Mr. Amone Jimmy, a District Speaker, but also on our Finance Committee. They are the champions around our financing advocacy mandate, but I'm sure we're joined by other representatives from the local government fraternity. The President, Olga, is online and keenly following the deliberations of the day. We want to thank the partners who have put this economic Mkutano together, and particularly so, the fact that it has put local governments at the heart of the discussion, because this is where we need to go. And I like the message that is anchored in the strategic thinking that NDP can only be gotten right when you have local governments at the center. Thank you very much, and I hope that definitely we'll be able to get there. At least, Assumpta, I'll say maybe by 40%, particularly because when you start discussing something, you plant a seed of thought, which begins a policy process. With me here is a wonderful panel of experts and practitioners, well experienced in touching the matters at hand. But perhaps before I go on again, I'd like to highlight a few critical things that Assumpta has given us to think about. And she has talked a lot about the issue of fiscal discretion and autonomy of local governments. And we need to reflect a little bit more. Where are we? Do they have the discretion to decide on financing they have to put towards service delivery? She has discussed the policy and legal framework agenda. We need to explore more in detail to what extent this makes it possible to address local service delivery needs that will take us to achieving NDP 3 and SDGs. She has talked about issues of capacity and the issues of a weak local economy, amongst many things. And these are things we have talked about today. Today, yesterday, and we'll continue discussing tomorrow in as long as we are running a governance system. But also, I wanted to throw out our reflections on what she mentioned, that the deficiency does not rest in the frameworks and policy as such, but in the practice. And I'm going to open up with a statement and message from local governments. They are working on collecting local revenues. The current policy reform requires them to bring it to the center, to the consolidated fund. And this quarter, the citizens are waiting for services, partly from that local revenue. It's not yet back. It is coming to December. We don't know if the money will be there. The citizens are looking. We've talked about citizen expectations. So that is all part of the influence that speaks to the gaps and bottlenecks of enhancing local revenues at local government level. Going forward, I also want to point out the issue of corporateness of local governments. We have been, and the previous speakers have pointed out the issue that we have wonderfully politically decentralized, but we have been very slow on the socio-economic aspects. And the question was, how do we move, how do we shift to the other angle? But perhaps in the frameworks, she said we are not deficient of frameworks. There is something about tapping into the corporateness of local governments. And perhaps this can point us to the question of how do we get to build the trust that Edie talked about and confidence to partner with the private sector. Maybe if we invest in that outlook of the corporateness of local governments, perhaps we can get there. So going forward, this session is going to help us explore means of identifying technical solutions
to solve the existing bottlenecks in municipal finance architecture. The Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area case that came in the first session really elaborated and pronounced itself a true reflection of what happens in other local governments. And we must thank the session, the panelists who ably brought it out, the issues in terms of the challenges faced. So what are the solutions? We've heard about the challenges around the fiscal finance architecture. We've heard about the challenges around the synergies between the different ongoing policy reforms and opportunities that can enable local governments increase the fiscal space from Assumpta as well. So first going forward, Mr. Adam Babale. Adam Babale, who is the Director of Local Government Revenue. We understand and we know that Local Government Finance Commission has invested quite a little bit of time in helping local governments work around improving their local revenue management systems, work around the local revenue collection policies. So perhaps we would love to hear from you, what are the main initiatives currently championed by LGFC that are being put in place to help local governments enhance local revenue collection, and perhaps in the process of supporting them, what are the bottlenecks that you have historically faced in this direction? And then secondly, I would also invite you to share with us a little bit more in terms of national policies. What, in your view, as Local Government Finance Commission, but also as a director there, what do you think Government of Uganda can do to solve the mismatch between financing needs identified during the 5-year local development planning exercise and the actual releases and approvals? So over to you, Adam. You can lead us into a discussion on those two key critical areas.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rose. All colleagues around for this important dialogue. I want also to thank Assumpta for the murder engine on the issues, but really you made it, and we appreciate. You mentioned the key issues. Now, the panel, we are being asked, what have we been doing? And what is that we needed strictly to handle to see the change in the positive direction. Now, having said that, let me just give you 30 seconds to give you some statistics of what we have found out, because one of our functions is to analyze local government budgets, but we also analyze the national budget to see how, or the status of local governments in the national budget. Now, some statistics have already been said, but the key ones which I want to add on is that we realized about 3 years ago that the transfers which Assumpta highlighted that local governments are depending on the transfers, there has been a decline in real terms from about 111,000 shillings, that was at the peak in 2003-04, to 68,000 shillings, which means local governments are increasingly being able to provide less and less and less services from the transfers. And we produced these statistics, and that's what made the Minister of Finance to agree with us and institute the reforms that are being done under the Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfer Reform Program. The other element which is also key is that we have noted that the urban revenues are about 8 times on a per capita basis compared to the rural. So if you make that like a proxy for the incomes people think, then we see a lot of people now coming to the urban, and it's not going to stop now. In fact, when you create cities, we have created another where we think people are going now to believe there are a lot of opportunities. So the debate is coming at a very good time that now we need to support these urban councils, urban administrations, to really address this influx which is going to come. So what have we been doing? Now, during the same time when we realized this issue, government decided to develop a domestic revenue mobilization strategy, because it is very clear that local governments, within the current fiscal architecture, and in the medium term, may not really get significant resources. So we agreed we need to focus on how to support local governments, generate local revenues from their local resources or local endowments. And so we thought, again, at that time, when the country was developing the domestic revenue mobilization strategy, we thought even now local governments would be part of it. Unfortunately, the absurd thing which usually happens, which divides the center and local governments, it is them and we. So what came out was a domestic revenue mobilization strategy for the center. So what we are doing now, we have also got some resources, and we are developing a domestic revenue mobilization strategy for local governments. And that one, we will try to address a number of challenges. We are in the middle, and the stakeholders will be informed. But along the way, we realized we had an experiment of one thing. Local revenue potential is there in local governments, but the management. We had a case of Kalangala, which was at one time was collecting about 87 million shillings, but they had a donor from Iceland who was supporting, and they were seeing a lot of activities, but what was coming in the center was very little. So what they did was ask Kalangala to get support wherever it is from and see what can be done. Now, Kalangala came to the commission, and we went there, and after 3 years, what was 87 million shillings became 540 million shillings. And what did we do? It is streamlining documentation and management of data. And that gave us a basis to say, because we began with the Excel, let us have data, collect data, assess, and enforce the collections. So now we moved from that Excel, we developed what we call the local revenue management databases, which are standalone. And so we now decided to roll this one out. But again, the rollout is not without challenges. The uptake of the individual local governments varies. And this is where the local governments need themselves to reflect within and see that we need to move. So we are now moving to the next level of the e-collection. But in all of this, we are talking about protecting public monies. We want monies to be collected from the taxpayers intact into bank accounts, and then the authorities in place can now appropriate. But even this appropriation is an issue. Last one, which for now, because of the time, during our budget analysis, we also realized the issue of that there is no money is seen from different perspectives. When you look at the national budget, we found there a lot of money for local governments managed by ministries, departments, and agencies, but doing work in local governments, which work later turns out to have no sustainability strategies. For last year, we noted we had about 3.3 trillion shillings, which was in projects and programs by the ministries, and we have engaged the Ministry of Finance for these monies to go direct to local governments. But some of it is locked in projects which have MOUs, agreements, and it is very difficult. The last one, we need local governments to be, and this has been our argument presented to the NPA, that until we have local governments on the table to also generate projects from their small projects and access the development plan, the development budget. Because if you look at the development budget, only about 5% of the national development budget is in the direct hands of local governments. All of it, that 95% is in the hands of the ministries, departments, and agencies. So we need to see within the NDP3 that we make an avenue that we don't depend mainly only on program lead ministries now, because I've been having sector ministries, where it has been very difficult for local governments to even conceptualize anything and bring it up and to be funded. So we want a restructuring of the development funding and so on. So that local governments, within the little that is there, they begin to think, because now their thinking can be limited to what they have been limited to in terms of their grants. I would continue, but the time is not on my side. I want to stop here. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, Adam, for that quick brief about what you have been doing in the area of capacity enhancement. And I think, for me, this goes to show that, that actually the local governments are indeed aware and their efforts to build their capacities. So perhaps we need to start debunking a little bit more the argument that there is lack of capacity at local government level to handle certain areas, like manage the local revenues that they should be collecting. Adam has brought out the innovations and interventions around digitalization. He's talking about automation, e-collection. This is there, they have practiced it, and it's possible. He's talked about the importance of data and databases, but also the key tenet for me from his expose was the issue of allowing local governments to access the development budget. For any investments, you need some development financing to be able to trigger that. He has also noted that cities are the next prime destination, and perhaps that is an area that also needs to be harnessed when it comes to looking at innovative ways of enhancing local revenues. The we and the them needs to move. We are talking about partnerships. Here we are from Adam, coming again, following up from the first panel. Local governments are equal partners. We need to develop stronger partnerships and move away from the we and they adage. So allow me to welcome, please prepare there'll be a question and answer session for 10 minutes after. Allow me to invite the next panelist, who will be Mr. Samuel Serunkuma from KCCA. And we want to take it up on the, following up from Adam. They've done something in the local governments. But for you as KCCA, would love to hear from you, how do you intend to address the challenges of the low tax base and inelasticity of taxes, which is a key feature of municipal taxes? Mindful of the fact that the commissioner said that KCCA was a template for the cities to come. So your insights will be quite informative. And perhaps let us know what are the main challenges with regular tax rate and tax-based revisions, and how these challenges can be addressed from your experiences as KCCA. But perhaps there is also one more question for you. We know, and everybody seems to see that KCCA is a leader in providing for reforms around local revenue administration. So how can KCCA, and for that matter, other local governments, leverage from that experience to support local governments generally to improve on their OSR mobilization? So welcome, Mr. Samuel Serunkuma. You have 5 minutes to share on those 3 areas, the best as you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Thank you very much, fellow panelists and the distinguished participants. First of all, my name is Robert Nowere, Deputy Director, Revenue Collection. I am standing in for my director, Samuel Serunkuma, who was initially meant to be with us, but is away on leave. I know that most of the previous discussants have talked about the numbers that I thought that I must begin with. You know this topic of revenue collection. There is no way you can start it without sharing certain numbers. And indeed, I am also going to do that. One, KCCA's funding originates from basically three sources: the central government transfers, development partners, and own source revenue, which is at times called NTR or local revenue collections. On average, NTR has been contributing about 22% of the total KCCA's budget over the last 5 years. At the time of taking over in 2011, the annual revenue collection for KCC then was about 40 billion annual one. Today, it's about 100 billion. Of all the key revenue sources that include property rates, trading license fees, local service tax, ground rent, and local hotel tax, land fees, and others, property rates make the highest contribution to the local revenue for KCCA, contributing about 45% of the total NTR. Then, of course, something about the national taxes. 72% of the total revenue collection by URA originates from Kampala. 72%. But out of that, KCCA is usually given about 1% for budget purposes. And that one, I think, was shared with us by the ED. Very quickly, Madam Moderator, at the time of taking over by KCCA, revenue administration was basically characterized by the following characteristics. The reason I'm sharing with you this is that it informs us on some of the reforms that KCCA has undertaken that has enabled it to enhance the revenue to the 100 billion that we're talking about today. And that is, basically the processes then were manual, incomplete and inaccurate tax registers. Those were the characteristics then. And I believe probably some of the local administrations today could be at those stages. And that's one of the reasons why I'm sharing with you this. Non-integrated processes, even within the local administrations. Inadequate revenue legal frameworks. I know my brother here, Yasini, will agree with me because there are certain things that we had to work together with him to change. Property rates challenges, which were mainly characterized by outdated property values. And of course, for those of us who know the basis for the collection of property rates, you know what an outdated, what outdated property values mean in terms of property rates. A number of the properties, particularly those that had been completed in the recent past, were not included on the property valuation list. And in effect, we were not realizing revenue from them. Actually then, within the property rates database, we had 120,000 properties as compared to the 350,000 that we have today. Maybe very quickly to share with you the key reforms, of course, which were informed by those challenges, which KCCA undertook in order to help us in enhancing the revenue collection. Of course, most of these reforms were basically mainly surrounded around improvement in administrative efficiencies. Madam Moderator, KCCA has almost never revised any tax rate ever since we took over. And yet we are talking about that increment in revenue collection. So mainly the increment in revenue collection has basically centered around improvement in administrative efficiencies. And these ones basically have been mainly centered around process improvements and the nature of the human resource that is managing the revenue administration at KCCA. Specifically, the reforms have included the following: elevating the revenue function to a full directorate level. By the time we took over, the revenue function was simply at the level of a department within the Treasury Directorate. But today, the revenue collection function is at the level of a full directorate, with so many sections, including public awareness, research, and what all based within the revenue directorate. Conducting a thorough study of the then existing processes That is where we started from. Like I told you about the processes which were existing then. Most of them, of course, were non-value adding. So that is where we started from, documented them, mapped them, reviewed, and re-engineered the key revenue administration processes to what they are today. And that set a basis for us to go digital. As we speak today, about 90% of the KCCA revenue processes are automated. We have digitalized virtually all the revenue administration processes, right from registration of the taxpayers, through to billing, through to collection. This is actually a very important aspect, Madam Moderator, which I will ask you to allow me through a little bit more light. We diversified payment methods to not only effect payments using cash, checks, EFTs, but also use such permanent avenues as mobile money. We further introduced such online services as use of SMSs, the straight messages, to remind clients about outstanding revenue obligations, and use of emails. I know for some of you who are property owners within Kampala, we always bug you and we are bombarding you with messages reminding you to pay. And this is something that has been very, very, very helpful to us in enhancing revenue. These have fundamentally reduced on the turnaround time for delivery of revenue services, hence enhancing client satisfaction and improvement in the accuracy of the taxpayer registers, assessment, and other revenue administration processes. As an example in that area, Madam Moderator, today, as we speak, if you want to acquire a trading license, you can do it fully at the comfort of your home. Right from the process of assessing and payment, and at the end of the day, printing for yourself a trading license. Do it by yourself, purely online. That is one of the examples. And this automation bit of it has been very helpful to us, particularly during this COVID time, when the movements of our staff are limited in the fields. We've cleaned or updated a number of taxpayer registers through identification of a number of eligible taxpayers who were previously not paying taxes, leading to expansion of taxpayer bases, mainly by taking advantage of the strategic partnerships we entered into with the key partners such as URA, URSB, NSSF, UBOS, with whom we share tax-related data. This is very, 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 very critical. Like I think other presenters have already shared with us, and like probably most of us know, most of the taxpayers for the local governments are indeed the taxpayers for URA. So a tax like local service tax, I mean we are getting it from employees. NSSF in a way also gets its revenue from this. So if you really share some of this information, chances are that you are going to identify some people who are known by NSSF but are not known by you, and yet they are useful to you for purposes of expanding your LST revenue bases. The property rates reforms, these have been very, very, very fundamental, Madam Moderator. Through World Bank funding, I have already indicated to you that we inherited a property rates database which had only 120,000 properties. And you know what that means. I told you that 45% of our revenue right now is coming from property rates. So we have revalued all the properties within the city, and that has enabled us to expand the property rates database from the 120,000 to the current 350. We are about to roll out what we call the CAMV system, which leverages on GIS-based technologies, and among others is going to help in easy identification and location of properties, faster and hence more regular property valuation, reduction of physical planning activities with those of revenue administration. This is very critical, Madam Moderator, for one reason. One of the reasons most local governments have not been able to undertake regular valuations is that that's a very costly exercise. We cannot afford it. But if you adopt the mass property valuation techniques, this is something that is going to enable us to do the evaluation almost continuously. What has been happening in the past is that while you have been waiting to maybe include some of the properties that have already been developed this year and include it on the property rates register 5 years later through the evaluation process, I mean, you are the very urban authorities that are approving development. So, review of laws, we have done this. We have undertaken vigorous taxpayer sensitization and awareness campaigns using electronic paper media workshops. Madam Moderator, I'm trying now to summarize.
And I'll request that you give us a little bit more of the experience on the challenges as you are doing those changes.
Yes.
Just one or two, and then we move on to the next panelist, please.
I'm going to do that within probably the next 2 minutes. Revenue audits or inspections have been strengthened, regular enforcements, a system to facilitate continuous analysis of revenue performance, then the staffing bit of it. Highly skilled revenue staff were sourced from URA. Somewhere somebody was recommending that why don't we probably transfer revenue administration to URA? Instead of doing that, maybe we can probably get some staff from there and use them in our different local administrations. We established an office called the Premium Office, which is targeted at 80%, at the people who contribute 80% of our revenue. And those are basically 20% of the taxpayers. So that they are given specialized services. They are treated like the banks usually treat those very important customers. Very quickly, how can KCCA support other local governments to enhance their own source revenues? And you requested me to talk about that. Through sharing experiences like we are doing today. I think that's one of the avenues. Allowing other local governments to come and benchmark with the KCCA. And this, I think, has been happening and probably can be enhanced. Attaching some of the KCCA staff to some of the local governments to give them the support in implementing revenue reforms. You wanted me to talk about measures that other local governments can take to expand the revenue base. Very quickly, conduct regular property revaluation, lobby to have the provision for blanket exemption of all residential owner-occupied properties, which are currently exempted. And I know, Madam Moderator, you know that. If we can really look at that, because it's a challenge even to KCCA, but we have been lobbying for that provision to be revisited. I know one of the issues which would arise there is that there are some funampolas. Do you want also to do what? No.
Robert, we are really constrained for time. Kindly wrap up.
Okay. Conversions of leasehold land owned by local authorities to freehold status should be limited to the greatest extent possible so that our ground rent database is not authorities being converted to be controlled by the urban authorities so that we expand the ground rent revenue base. The strategic partnerships which we talked about should be strengthened. Tax public awareness engagements be enhanced to enhance compliance to tax obligations. Other non-traditional revenue sources, such as taxation of vacant land, utilities-based charges for local authorities, alternative financing mechanisms such as issuance of municipal bonds, which we have been talking about, and use of PPPs. Of course, there, Madam, we have to be very careful. The area of municipal bonds, when you look at the current legal framework, we really need to re-examine it. There isn't enough.
We're going to conclude at that point the need to revisit the legal framework when it comes to municipal bonds. Quite a rich example and a case to share from KCCA. Thank you very much, Robert. I'm sure we shall be able to upload all these good pieces of information into our report, which will be shared to participants, but also we can enrich the discussion further in the question and answer. Quickly, moving on to the Commissioner, Urban Inspection, Ministry of Local Government, Mr. Yasin Sendaula. Actually, our previous speaker mentioned that you're quite conversant with the challenges around the legal frameworks. It is this time that we'd love to hear from your perspective in terms of the Ministry of Local Government. When you look at our country as a whole, what are those initiatives that seem to be working that drive own source revenue? And also, when you look at the local government peer assessment tool, which is quite a robust mechanism to appraise the performance of local governments, there are a number of direct and indirect metrics which ultimately affect the scores that are leveled on one local government, including the own source revenue. So some of these factors really boil down to resource allocation. So what attempts have been put in place or are being made by the ministry to make sure that the best level of these resources is provided? And what are the lessons learned in being that can be transferred? You're very welcome, Mr. Yassin. You have 3 minutes, unfortunately.
Thank you, the moderator, and my fellow panelists and the participants. My name is Sendaura Yassin, and my role at the Ministry of Local Government, I'm a local government inspector, which basically means that I'm a compliance officer to ensure that local government, whatever they do, even before KCCA became a capital city authority, complies with the law. And it is on that basis that I'm presenting my experience and initiatives we are doing as a Minister of Local Governments. Let's start with the Constitution. The Constitution says that the local governments and even the KCCA can levy and appropriate taxes, but there is a cap there but with an approved act of parliament. An approved act of parliament. We can collect monies, revenues, but with an approved act of parliament. So as an inspector, the first thing I look for is that act of parliament that allows the local government to collect revenue. Now, when you go in local governments, currently what is on the ground, actually they have like 23 sources of local revenues. 23 sources. Now, of those, first of all, the purpose is, as Adia said, is to deliver services. Others actually is to control trade. My brother here, Noela, was saying that you can pay trading license in your own home, but that's against the spirit of the trading license. The trading license is by and large meant to regulate trade, but not to get local revenue. But that's where we are. We are now using licenses as a source of revenue. Then also, these taxes and levies are meant to enhance accountability. When the citizens pay, they can easily demand for services. But when they don't pay, they can't demand for the services. So also governance, the taxation and levies are purposely meant to enhance the governance. But the issue now is we are on service delivery and investments. Now, of the 23 own sources of revenue, actually 40% are lawful and are being collected. 40% lawful and collected. 26% they are unlawful and they are being collected. So as an inspector, when I go, they say, no, we are doing it administratively, but they are unlawful. I can even mention a few of them. And let me take an example which all of us know, street parking. We don't have a law on street parking. The other day we tried to have one for Lukunjiri Municipal Council. Voices came everywhere and we stopped. KCC they had saying, no, for us it's not about revenue, we are controlling street parking. But it's not a source of revenue, but it's their major source of revenue, but it's unlawful. The advertisement fees, unlawful. I can go on and on and on, but I don't want to open the eyes of so many people, otherwise my local governments will be in a problem. There is the common one in local governments, operation permit. Today I had a call from Ginger, they wanted to have on the system. Operation permits, unlawful. Which law are you basing on to charge the citizens or companies operational permits? Even the ordinances and the bylaws are not there. Then we have 17% of these 23. They are lawful but not being collected. And these are agency fees. Agency fees are provided for in the Income Tax and also in the Local Government Act and also in the KCC Act. What it means is that local governments can collect money or revenue on behalf of URA and then they take a share agreed upon. He has stated it correctly that we have all the property laws and property tax registers for trading license. We can collect pay as you earn, we can collect presumptive tax, we can collect rate of income tax, and get a share from URA. That area has never been exploited. Of recent cases, Ministry of Finance and URA have identified the firm to take 20% of that revenue, which actually should have gone to KCCA and the local governments. Reality is the minerals. Karamoja they are mining, Mubende they are mining. Local governments have no say to go and bargain for their share. That's lawful, but not corrected. Oil revenues. We know that some revenues started trickling in. It is provided for under the Public Finance and Management Act. But your local governments and the KCCA, or those local governments that are near those oil reserves, got nothing out of this. Then we have 17% of the 23 that predate actually the Constitution. They are not within the local government system framework. They undermine decentralization. And this actually, which the director KCC was talking about, he said we are investing in markets. We are going to get market dues from the markets. But the Markets Act is of 1943. It even predates our independence. It predates our constitution. The rates which are there that are gazetted is 40 shillings, 10 shillings, 5 shillings. So meaning even the rates that we are collecting in the markets are not gazetted, therefore they are unlawful. The same applies to the animal movement permits for people who come from Ankole to move an animal from one place to another. You have to pay. But you are paying money that is not finding itself in the coffers of local governments. Quickly, Madam Moderator, the initiatives we are doing, we've been doing legal reforms because as an inspector, when you want to do something and you find there is no law, you go backwards. Okay, let me put a law in place so that I can have a basis for inspection. So we've been doing some legal reforms over this, and of recently we handled the park user fees, the building plan fees. Somebody talked about it. We have done it with the Ministry of Works, the trading license, and we are supporting one of the MPs to come up with a private members bill on the market so that we can assist these local governments and cities to collect the revenue. Now, on the institutional arrangements, I have to be honest here. At the center, there is a problem. There is no unit or department that is responsible for on-source revenues. Local Government Finance Commission is not their mandate. For them, theirs to revise advisory notes to the ministry and to the president. But you heard he was saying, we are doing database in Kalangala and whatever. That's not your law. At the ministry, I told you I'm a compliance officer. We are doing it as any other duty. Where is the unit at the center that is responsible for tax policy in local government? Ministry of Finance, they have a tax policy department, but it only focuses on URA. They have nothing to do with local government. So we may need to have an institution to coordinate all these processes. Otherwise, everybody is doing everything, and in most cases, actually, we confuse the local governments and these cities. At the local government level, institutionally, also the revenue has been housed in the accounts department. The accounts department, their focus is on get the grant from the center, spend, account. Their mindset is not towards collecting revenue. I'm glad that one of the recent reforms we are doing under the cities, we are saying let these cities have full-fledged departments to take care of the revenue, management, and function, like the way it is in KCCA. Now, administratively, one of the administrative role, the first one is planning. How are we planning for local revenue administration, or on-source revenue administration? The first one, at the center, is the domestic revenue mobilization strategy. Adam has said it all. It only focuses on the Minister of Finance, URA, and I think KCCA. Local governments are nowhere. At the local government level, administratively, we have the local revenue enhancement plans, but they are not talking with the domestic revenue mobilization strategy. So the whole planning aspect for the revenue is also not there. It's not planned for, it's not budgeted for, and even we don't want to spend money on revenue mobilization, tax education, and campaigns. I've never seen a billboard advertising a tax, either property tax or local service tax or local tax in local governments. I think they should just get money and just go. At CURA, they have tax campaigns, tax weeks, and billboards, you see them. But we don't have that coordination for the own source revenue. So, Chair, my take is that in the absence of legislation, you cannot digitalize, because digitalization depends on standards, on procedures set out in the law. But if they are going to be just anybody's wishing, you cannot digitalize. Then the other things that you cannot enforce. The biggest problem we have even in cases here and in local government, enforcement. Madam Moderator, we should have the local police and prisons. Police to enforce our enforcement mechanism when we are mobilizing revenue. Police is not up to that. If you see URA, they have a whole unit, anti-smuggling unit, managed by generals to enforce revenue collection. And here we are, we want local governments to say you should also enforce revenue collection. The potential is there. Adam has said it. The potential in local government, actually, in our studies show, currently, they are collecting 180 billion. But the potential is 800 billion. None of those agencies can collect that money. But if you see NEMA, you see UWA, they have special police units. But local governments don't have any police units to enhance the enforcement. Finally, Madam Chair, what I wanted to conclude with is on the issue of PPs and bonds. To me, that's not alternative financing to local governments. PPs, bonds is borrowing. Borrowing means you have to pay back. Paying back means you have to use local revenue. There is no free money. Somebody say PP will bring a private inspector, a private person. There is no private entity that is going to give you money where it is not making money. And where it is making money, somebody must pay. And the person to pay is that city or local government. So before we go to these fancy PP bonds, let's first clean our house, like the way KCC is. We enhance our own revenues, and we put the legislation, appropriate legislation, in place. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yasin Sendaula. Mr. Yasin Sendaula, before I call on the next panelist, you've raised a very critical point that takes me back to what our ED, KCCA, mentioned. And I'm picking on this because it really touches on the whole aspect of local government in a way from the attitude of going for the visible and not addressing the invisible. And why I'm saying this is you've raised an important issue of illegalities, the lack of a legal framework to effectively support local revenue collection. My question then would be, why are we not invested in the legislative function of councils? They can make laws. Why do we expect somebody else to come up and put these laws, yet they can sit and make these laws? Perhaps as I prepare the town clerk to speak to us, these are some of the answers he could share. Why is our legislative function, which is critical to manage our governance at that level, not well invested in to support the local revenue collection agenda? I also heard the voices, and perhaps the last panelist will prepare to answer the issue of how do we manage the voices when somebody is trying to introduce a law on street parking, the voices come in. That is still about governance. Welcome, Mr. Edward Chiwanuka, Town Clerk Gulu. We are here talking about local revenue, but it touches on the whole aspect of local economic development. And we have a strategy in place. How is it helping Gulu to address the financing challenges as a local government? Gulu, of course, Gulu Municipal Council, but also its strata as a local government. Also, how do the lead policies help you to improve revenue mobilization, especially looking at the mandate of the local government and its related fiscal policies? But lastly, also in 3 minutes, could you share on the current approaches you're using to improve tax compliance and general financial management? Because KCCA said one of the game changers is to improve efficiencies around administration. Please, over to you, Mr. Edward Chiwanuka. You're very welcome.
Thank you so much, Chair. Am I audible enough? Yes, thank you so much, Chair. I would like, first and foremost, to thank the organizers of this Mkutano for extending an invitation to us, me and my team. 2, I would like to bring you warm greetings from Gulu City, a regional city in northern Uganda. The reason why local governments like Gulu City exist, one of the main reasons, is to provide services. And when we talk of providing services, we are talking about provision of good quality services. With effect from 1st July this year, Gulu municipality became Gulu City. We have been providing services, but because the resources which we have at our own disposal are inadequate, the level of service delivery we have been providing does not reach internationally acceptable standards. Now we have been elevated to a city. Even the situation has become more challenging, because right now we are talking of a bigger population. Our population has been 152,000 people as per the last census. Now we are going to manage 240 square kilometers, which is 5 times bigger. Demand for services is even going to become bigger. Managing people's expectations. People demanded for the city, they got it, they welcomed the idea. Now they expect us to deliver even better services. At the moment, the budget I'm managing is 63 billion. And out of that, we have budgeted 6 billion to be collected from own source revenue or local. What we have to do now is to think outside of the box. Look for new revenue sources, look for new partnerships. Decentralization is a very good policy because it empowers the local people to plan and manage service delivery at a local level. However, when the Local Government Act was being enacted, what was done was just to allocate a list of responsibilities to different levels of local government. At that point in time, no study was undertaken to establish how much money do we require to provide the list of services which have been decentralized to the local level. What was done was just to allocate a list of services to different levels of local government. And because no study was done, we have been grappling or struggling to provide services to minimum acceptable standards. So what we are now looking for, we need more sources than what we have to provide services to international acceptable levels. But I want to point out that available resources are not adequate. Central government transfers, as already mentioned, are targeted, leaving very little room for flexibility. Local revenue is still very low. Mr. Nsambagaiya talked of the potential, when you look at what we collect and the potential, which we have from local revenue, you find that we are collecting only 50%. But my colleague, Mr. Yasin Sendaul, has even made it worse, because he says we collect 150 billion or 180 out of about 800 billion as local revenues. So it means even the collections are lower than that. Now I want to focus on the way forward. The way forward is...
Maybe, perhaps, Mr. Chiwanuka, as you take us to the way forward, could you kind of profile your way forward in how you're using the lead strategy to help you do that you wish to do, look for more alternative ways of generating revenues? We have a lead strategy. How is it being useful to us as local governments?
Okay, now, you know, government has come up with reforms which are focusing on helping us to improve on collection of revenue. The lead strategy focuses more on bringing on board the private sector. In order to enhance revenue sources, we have also to come up with the strategies which focus at increasing household incomes. If the household incomes are increased, then even the capacity to pay taxes will have increased. So in as far as GULU is concerned, we embraced the local economic development strategy, and what we are focusing on is focusing on increasing the household income, so that even the taxpayers are in a better position to pay taxes. Alternative sources of funding, think outside the box. For example, creating new partnerships, involve more of the private sector, and that has to do something with lead, and also link services to taxes to service delivery. One point which has been pointed out is that there are leakages at the level of collection and management. Update our revenue sources, which has helped us to increase on revenue collection. More focus is going to be put on property tax. You are aware that most of the developed countries, the cities in developed countries are mainly managed using property tax as the means of revenue. And for us, that is the way to go. We have talked of promoting lead, promote public-private partnership, promote good governance and accountability. I've already mentioned work towards improving household incomes in order to improve the...
Thank you very much, Mr. Chiwanuka, for that expose on the experiences of GULU and the implementation of the strategy. That is an area of interrogation. So my last panelists, I know we are badly constrained for time, but let's receive our panelists from Ministry of Finance, no other than the Commissioner of Tax Policy. Local governments, you've heard about the huge challenges, huge gaps around policy. Welcome on board, and I hope you can give us a very good strategic way forward in terms of how we are going to get out of this. Because at the end of the day, you are the policy drivers. Mr. Isaac Arinetwe, welcome on board. We want to know about the tax policy reforms that are currently being pursued in the wake of the recent urban or metropolitan trends that are happening. You've heard that many citizens are coming into the center, the difficult ones remaining at local governments, to the extent that they are pushed into collecting unlawful ones. So what are those that can be available so that local governments remain within the regime and are compliant and can actually benefit from local revenue potentials? You're welcome, Mr. Isaac.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I know people's sugar levels must have gone down now, so I'll try to use a maximum of 5 minutes to address the questions posed to me.
3.
But then also I want to clarify that I am not a commissioner at tax policy. I'm a senior economist in tax policy department, but sitting in for the Commissioner Tax Policy, who is unable to be with us today. From our perspective, I think we begin from the national revenue effort as a country, Uganda. This includes tax revenue at the central level and local government level, as well as non-tax revenue. There is one standard benchmark, which is revenue to GDP ratio, in determining to what extent a nation is able to mobilize revenue. At the moment, Uganda's revenue effort, including central and local government revenue, stands at about 13% of GDP. Now, when you compare to the sub-Saharan African average, we are looking at countries which are more similar to Uganda in terms of their demographics. The average stands at 16%. This is as of 2019. Now, why do they compare this revenue effort to the GDP? It is because GDP is the base. Any country, any central government or any local government collects the money from the economy. And I think one of the discussions that people from time to time undermine is the discussion of the base. And this is in particular to local governments. Now, I am trying to, before of course I respond to the policy reforms on our side, I think we need to first appreciate the inherent challenges. Now, challenge number one, I'll go through this very quickly because some of them have already been mentioned. The fiscal social contract between government and people. People want to see, they want to see government deliver quality services for the money they pay. If I am a businessman, I cut across both URA, central government, and local government because there's where I live and maybe there's where I operate. If I pay VAT, I want to see a good service because if a local authority comes for a local tax, if I have no morale to pay, I won't pay. Number two, the extent to which the taxpayers are involved in this whole taxation process. There seems to be a feeling that we are not transparent as government in the way we formulate these policies and in the way we administer these policies. Three, there is the perception of corruption, okay? Both at collection level and then also at use level, because the leakage is not only at collection level. Because if they tell you that 24 billion almost disappeared, 24 billion which was meant to construct the Katosi Road almost disappeared. So what does that mean? Money has been collected, it has been maybe appropriated for proper use, but somehow at use it can get lost. Now, issue number two, a challenge, is the structure of the economy. Again, the base. I had people talking about how you can't milk a hungry cow. What is this hungry cow? Is it the local government going to collect the revenue? Or is it actually the person you're collecting the money from? Now, we know we have so many of our economic active people living in rural areas. It is from these people that you want a local government to generate revenue. Now, these people are engaged in agriculture. As you know, agriculture contributes significantly to our GDP. However, these people in agriculture are actually substantially subsistent. Okay? So when you recognize that fact, you begin to understand who you target and who you go to. Now, this subsistence agriculture breeds into an informal way of doing business. But now, informal takes two ways. There is my uncle who has a farm in Chiruhura, has so many cows, sells milk and maybe beef, but he's not the turnover of maybe 100 million shillings a year, but he operates informal in nature because he's not registered anywhere. And this is a person we believe should be able to contribute to national development. Another form of informality is there is Isaac somewhere who is operating fully out of sight of any authorities. He has no operator license, has no trading license, nothing. Nobody knows about him. So now that breeds administrative challenges. Now, the other issue is policy gaps. Yasin has already explained that actually many of the local governments are enforcing and collecting money illegally. It is a challenge. Now, here, there is an issue that we also tend to undermine. Because we have taxpayers cutting across both local government and central government, how can we revisit the policy framework to make it simple for them? Why should we, for example, and this poses administrative challenges. URA has been here today to collect a tax, and KCC has again come back to me to collect a tax. We've had voices before say, but why don't you combine these taxes into one? We pay once and you leave us alone. I don't know if you've got those sentiments. So that means that there are significant challenges with the way our policy is designed, both at central government and at local government. Now, beyond that, we have administrative challenges. And now, these administrative challenges are in two forms. Number one, human resource constraints. The human resource constraints are numbers and scale. Then number two, equipment and systems. So what is the solution? Very quickly, many of the solutions have already been provided. But for me, on my side, I think the most important thing in as far as enhancing the capacity is, first of all, to address the issue of the base household incomes, as our colleague has mentioned. It is an issue that must be revisited. The other day, we got a report from UBO saying that the poverty levels had increased. So you can't collect money from poor people, and this is a discussion that we must have. Number two, improvement in efficiency of revenue administration. Because, and this must be done centrally, because if you decentralize it, it means that you're going to incur high cost of administration. Creation of units, different units at individual local government level might be a challenge. But here we have Uganda Revenue Authority. They build capacity along the whole taxation value chain, from identification of a taxpayer to registration of the taxpayer, assessment, collection, etc., etc. Now, the systems are in place. Could it be an opportunity that local governments can explore and leverage on to try and see if we can have synergies to support each other in this framework? Now, number three, the issue of transparency in the tax development process. You rightly pointed out that 70% of the revenue URA collects comes from Kampala. How involved are these people that you're collecting money from in the reforms that you're undertaking? Because you see, in a way, taxation, of course, the overarching objective is to generate revenue to run government, but it has other functions. For example, you can use it to create ease of doing business. So in how involved are these people in trying to, in the process of tax policy formulation, both at local government and at central government level? So many of the specific solutions have been proposed by the previous speakers, but key to note is that government recognizes the pressure on central government treasury. So its key objective in the next 5 years is actually to help and facilitate local governments to reduce their dependence on central government grants, which means supporting them to enhance their efforts towards improving their local revenue.
So,
Now,
Isaac, in a way, you're answering the question whether finance would be ready to earmark funds to support municipal revenue mobilization strategies.
Absolutely, yes,
Wonderful.
but very systematically, because you cannot solve such a broad problem in piecemeal. Adam informed us of what is going on under the local government. I'm actually part of the team trying to set up the own source revenue mobilization strategy. So if you take that approach, it means that you've delved into the whole value chain of taxation, from policy to administrative to cross-cutting measures. Because another issue that should be pointed out is actually the whole government approach towards revenue generation, because we have challenges in enforcement, like he pointed out, and regulation. That is the informal sector. I don't see why I should have a business registered by KCCA and I am not known by, I don't know, whichever agency that there is. So the issue, the funds can be committed because we know to get money you must invest.
Thank you
But
very
it
much,
must be
Isaac. I'm
systematic
sorry
in
I have
nature.
to cut you off at that very wonderful point that we should expect to get support in form of some form of funding to help the local governments work around and work with their municipal revenue mobilization strategies. I want to thank this wonderful panel for the discussions they've been able to put onto table. I am sure you have quite a number of emerging questions, comments, and this discussion, and I would like to request that you kindly take note of them and we prepare to handle them together with the next panel that will be coming on, which will look into the untapped sources of local revenue. I think this is because we've talked a lot about the tax, perhaps by default, the character of the panel. But I know that local revenue also goes beyond just collecting from taxes, case may be. Thank you very much to have a very active engagement in the next panel. Looking forward to interacting with you yet again. Thank you very much.
A little bit. The discussion is going to continue online. So here, before we go for the lunch, a group photo for the panelists. Lunch is served. The lunch coupon, please let me know. Anyone without a lunch coupon, please? Let the... You can leave your bags or laptops behind. The ladies here will make sure everything is safe. You can feel free and safe to leave them behind so you're not bothered carrying them while you go for lunch.
olwaleero twebaza Katonda.
We are going to employ the people locally, so our first preference will always be to get the people from Kitindale. Only some few special skilled people, if we don't get it, then we will have to bring it from outside. Otherwise, we will try 80% of the employment will happen locally. We will even try to buy the local material which is available here, the aggregates and blocks, and any material which is not available, then only we will bring it from outside. This is the first phase, there is no finishing, so all the material is available in Uganda, and we are very happy to use the material which is locally available. It is cheaper for us, and we are supporting the community. Community has supported us. We are also Ugandans, so our brothers and sisters, we are very much together with you, and we will work on the project throughout together.
Upon completion, we shall be able to provide space for over 1,200 people in Uganda, especially in this area.
One of the production systems that we are promoting is micro-gardening. Micro-gardening, in this sense, involves a sack, and we are actually growing vegetables from the sides through holes and also on top of the garden. In this demonstration here, we have spinach, we've got tomatoes, we've got sukuma wiki, and then we also got kale, the Russian red type. We are saying to the farmers that even if you have just a corner of your garden, or about 2 square meters, you can have 2 bags of these. And can you believe it? You can actually support about 20 plants on each of these sacks. And for a family of about 4, this would mean that you don't have to go to the market to buy vegetables whenever they're in production. You'd have enough vegetable for your table. And you might want to grow more than for your neighbors to sell.
With numerous empowerment programs like Climate Smart Agriculture, Kampala Capital City Authority is now making it possible for communities to access urban farming skills and technical support to sustainably increase their agricultural productivity and strengthen their livelihoods.
KCCA sought to set up this facility to support its programs in urban farming. We take urban farming as one of the engines to improve the household incomes in Kampala. But there was a gap when we started doing the work in Kampala. We discovered that there was no center where farmers would learn how to farm in the city. There was no demonstration sites for them to copy when they go back to their homes. And also, very importantly, seed. Farmers had a problem in getting seed that could germinate, and also seed in form of livestock.
It's a place where communities are becoming equipped with life skills in urban farming technologies, livestock, and so much more.
It is where I belong. I know I won't wait long for my favorite song. I can tell by the way the sun's coming up from the clouds, and I hear the sound from the mouth of trumpets and laughter. Yes, tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow, it's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow, it's gonna be a better day.
For us, improving lives is why we do what we do.
This is going to be an ultra-modern market designed to the best standards.
We will definitely not let you down, and we will give you a top quality work within the time period. The time period given to us is 12 months. We will even try to finish it before time. We will not give you any kind of shortcut or any shoddy work, which the great opportunity you gave us, we will make sure that we give you value for money, and we give you a quality work which makes proud to KCCA and the stakeholders in Kitintale.
Ndi musanyufu nnyo olwa ttiimu okuva mu KCCA olwa kino kizza okukola otuggulirawo oba okutema evvuunike okuba nti akatale akapya kagenda kuzimbibwa. Tubadde n'obuzibu bunene nnyo nga mbutuufu tuli ku dduka buli kaseera nannyini ttaka atugoba ate tuba tuli awo nga batwokya omuliro, naye kati kye tumanyi nti tekijja kuddamu kubaawo kubanga tuba tufunye ewaffe. Era n'abantu ababadde ku makubo abasinga ababadde batundirako obunyaanya batundirako biki bagenda kuddawa, bagenda kufunawo we batuula. Bwe tuba tufunye ewaffe kiina enjawulo nnene kye kikola.
So neebaza nnyo ekitongole kya KCCA okuvaayo ne kirumirirwa abantu abali mu kukaaba abakolera ku makubo ne kisalawo okujja okubazimbira akatale ak'omulembe. Era tusuubira nti akatale kaffe tujja keyagaliramu ffe ng'abantu abawansi.
Tugendagenda mu maaso kubanga twali twagirindirira obwedda nga tweyiye mu kuba ebbanga lyonna nga tugisaba. Bwe baba batwanukudde olwaleero twebaza Katonda.
We are going to employ the people locally, so our first preference will always be to get the people from Kitintale. Only some few special skilled people, if we don't get it, then we will have to bring it from outside. Otherwise, we will try 80% of the employment will happen locally. We will even try to buy the local material which is available here, the aggregates and blocks, and any material which is not available, then only we will bring it from outside. This is the first phase, there is no finishing, so all the material is available in Uganda, and we are very happy to use the material which is locally available. It is cheaper for us, and we are supporting the community. Community has supported us. We are also Ugandans, so our brothers and sisters, we are very much together with you, and we will work on the project throughout together.
Upon completion, we shall be able to provide space for over 1,200 people in Uganda. Especially in this area.
One of the production systems that we are promoting is micro-gardening. Micro-gardening, in this sense, involves a sack, and we are actually growing vegetables from the sides through holes and also on top of the garden. In this demonstration here, we have spinach, we've got tomatoes, we've got sukuma wiki, and then we also got kale, the Russian red type. We are saying to the farmers that even if you have just a corner of your garden, or about 2 square meters, you can have 2 bags of these. And can you believe it? You can actually support about 20 plants on each of these sacks. And for a family of about 4, this would mean that you don't have to go to the market to buy vegetables whenever they're in production. You'd have enough vegetable for your table. And you might want to grow more of it for your neighbors to sell.
With numerous empowerment programs like Climate Smart Agriculture, Kampala Capital City Authority is now making it possible for communities to access urban farming skills and technical support to sustainably increase the agricultural productivity and strengthen their livelihoods.
KCCA sought to set up this facility to support its programs in urban farming. We take urban farming as one of the engines to improve the household incomes in Kampala. But there was a gap when we started doing the work in Kampala. We discovered that there was no center where farmers would learn how to farm seed that could germinate, and also seed in form of livestock.
It's a place where communities are becoming equipped with life skills in urban farming technologies, livestock, and so much more.
It is where I belong. I know I won't wait long for my favorite song. I can tell by the way the sun's coming up from the clouds, and I hear the sound from the mouth. Yes, tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow's gonna be a better day.
For us, improving lives is why we do what we do.
This is going to be an ultra-modern market designed to the best standards.
We will definitely not let you down, and we will finish it before time. We will not give you a quality work which is
nga mbutufu lyawo nga batuucha omuliro naye kati kyetumanyi nti tekijja kusinga ababadde batundirako obunyanya batundirako biki bagenda kuddawa ekikikola.
So nebaza nnyo abali mu kukaaba
kuba ebbanga lyonna nga tugisa.
We are going to employ the people locally.
Upon completion in this area,
vegetables from the sides through holes and also on top of the
private sector for crafting a Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation that is taking center stage in the next phase of our development plan.
The capital structures around should be able to fund knowledge-based businesses, and the government must put in place the requisite policy and infrastructure.
So we are also trying to enhance capacity in terms of establishing centers of excellence.
United Nations, together with our partners, we are committed to working together with government, but also with all other partners, with the private sector, with the non-government organizations, to help put in place a more holistic and consistent ecosystem that would allow innovations to emerge, to grow, and to take to scale.
But we want to call upon the industry and private sector and governmental agencies to work with our institutions of learning to spearhead value addition and to build a strong value proposition in the field of knowledge and the innovations that are churned out from higher institutions of learning.
To have a program-based approach as opposed to a sector-based approach.
Our definition of innovation is you have to be able to bring new value to the customer.
The European big companies left their European workers and came and employed the Chinese instead at a much lower rate. So it is the shareholders who got the profits from the sales of these companies, but the Chinese got employed.
For most people, the problem is the actual implementation then becomes a problem.
We build relationships with our customers. So by the time we lend you money, we know you quite well.
And for us as a ministry, I think the issues that we intend to do, we elaborated them very, very clearly.
Okay, a very good afternoon and welcome back to to the Mkutano Economic Forum. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I did. I wish I could have another plate. But anyhow, karibuni tena sana. Once again, for those who are joining us online and also who are here in the room but have just come in, my name is Catherine Ageno. And would like to thank our audience, that online audience. We do have a global audience right from as far as the US. We have people in South Africa. We have people in France. We have people in Rwanda and so many other countries that are following this conversation. And even in the country here, people that are unable to be with us here but are following this running until tomorrow. Panel discussion is going to be on incremental steps towards untapped sources of local revenue. Now, financial markets have generally broadened the scope of their financing tools and instruments over the years. We all know and see this. But their appetite for financing local government investments, like previous speakers said, remains very limited in many countries, and Uganda is no exception. Long-term, funding. In other cases, there is insufficient, clear understanding of the underlying risks and opportunities of sub-sovereign lending. And this clearly does impact the ability to develop suitable products and business models. So the question is, how do we turn away from these traditional sources of funding for local governments and turn to the untapped ones? And which are they? So these are the questions that the next panel is going to help us answer. These and of course more questions. So to help us take those incremental steps we talked about towards the untapped sources of local revenue is none other than Mr. Dmitry Pozidaev. I got that right? I saw his smile on it, the smile on his face. I'm sure I got that right. He is the head of office UNCDF. And I'm going to let you welcome your panel. We have 2 more people joining you. But we also have one of the panelists joining us via Zoom, and that is Mr. David Painter. Kindly welcome your panel, and we kick it off.
A very good afternoon, colleagues. I would like to invite to this panel Simon Mesice, representing UN, as well as our third panel member who is joining us online. His name is David Painter. Why the municipalities and other local government finance commission in partnership with Makerere University. And I'm looking at the table which breaks down local tax revenues into categories. Now, I would like to ask a question. Which one do you think is the biggest source of own revenues for local governments? Any guesses? Simon, would you like to guess? Which is the biggest revenue source for local governments?
Thank you, Dimitri. I would guess business tax.
Okay, business tax. What would you say? You have the hands-on knowledge.
Yeah, I think it's property.
Yes. Well, both are incorrect. Any other ideas? Any other thoughts from the floor? Well, the biggest own source revenue for local governments is other revenues and fees. Other revenue and fees, by the way, and local government properties. The 5% for districts. This is followed by user fees, and then the third one comes in the form of local service tax. So this is the composition, the 4 major sources of own revenues. But is it indeed the entire potential? You know, during the previous discussion, we've heard some ideas about how municipalities and other local governments can become more economically productive and how they can benefit from economic activities, partnering up with the private sector. We've heard some ideas about other forms of land-based finance, not only property tax. So what we would like to do during this session is to deep dive and delve into these issues and try to flesh out the most realistic, most feasible changes in the approaches to both the composition of revenues and the share of revenues that can be collected at the local level. And we have a very good combination here of practical experience and theoretical experience, so I look forward to a very engaging discussion. And let me start with Simon. So I've just mentioned land-based finance. Of course, land-based finance is not exhausted by property tax only. But we know that in Uganda it is, land-based finance is heavily underdeveloped, and in addition, it is implemented against a somewhat constraining fiscal local government framework. So where do you see the major challenges for implementation of land-based finance, and what, in your opinion, could be substantive improvements that can be made in this area? Over to you.
Good afternoon, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dimitri, for that question. Let me start from the current world order, which is moving towards individual success as opposed to common good. Dimitri, I cannot answer the question of the current challenge without us discussing that context. That nowadays it is more important individual gain than the shared and beneficial and shared prosperity, or that most members in a community or individuals gain. The new urban agenda also sets a very good framework for this discussion, because one of the principles for its implementation is actually local revenue financing of the implementation of the new urban agenda. So that is really not possible, and it's an uphill task. Looking at what most of the local governments in developing countries, especially, looking at their portfolio of revenue, the new urban agenda also promotes various forms of pooled finance, local infrastructure funds and finance vehicles related to housing finance and land value sharing. Now, coming to Uganda, as we know, Uganda is urbanizing at a very fast rate, and I'm sure this has been emphasized today, although I came in a bit late. This trend is creating a lot of pressure on local governments, and so they face an uphill task to mobilize the necessary finances and the funding infrastructure needed to provide services to meet the needs of the growing population. Local governance in Uganda is also grossly under-resourced. In fact, Dimitri, most of the local governments rely on central government transfers. With the exception of a few, I'm not sure, but maybe Kampala, but the people from Kampala can advise. I see them shaking their heads, which means that...
Actually, they were complaining very bitterly this morning about lack of central government funding, complaining that they're getting, what, just about 1%, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the situation is that they depend largely on central government transfers. But Dimitri, that is also a challenge, because that affects their autonomy. It affects their ability to define their priorities. And so their own source revenues very slim, and that's a very big challenge. So the other issue, Dimitri, is that local governments, they currently have very minimal land-based financing and property tax compared to the potential that has. So you correctly said in the remarks that it's actually not the highest source of revenue, own source of revenue for majority of local governments in Uganda. But let's look what is happening elsewhere, because elsewhere in developed countries, what we actually have is that 1 to 3% of the GDPs of developed countries is actually property tax. It is property tax. And then 2 to 3% of all government revenue is also property tax. And for most of the local governments in developed world, 40 to 80% of their revenue is land-based finance source of revenue. And so you can see that the potential, you can see the potential of land-based financing. But let's take one step backward and discuss why property rates. Property rates, real property rates, provide a stable source of revenue for local governments. Mainly because property is immovable. You cannot move it. So it is easy, therefore, to identify. It is easy to determine the tax to be charged, and it's also easy to collect the tax that should be charged. But also the second reason is that property tax is an equitable tax by its nature because of the fact that it is bent towards the wealthy. So it's the wealthy who pay more, and those who don't have much wealth pay less. So in that sense, it is equitable. But also, it captures benefits of capital investments. So therefore, property taxation is a very important source of revenue.
I would say it should be a very important source of revenue, of own source revenue. But in reality, it is not. Why it is so? What can we do about it? And in your opinion, you've just mentioned the underrealized potential in terms of property tax. So how much would that be? What else in addition to property tax can be used when we are talking about land-based revenues? Like betterment fees, like developer fees, and then so on and so forth. Is it realistic options for Uganda?
One of the reasons why that potential has not yet been realized is because of the political sensitivity of this tax. Because the people who are making the decisions are actually, they have vested interests. So it's very difficult to push reforms, legal and policy reforms for property tax. But also, in Uganda, there are a number of taxes, of land-based financing taxes that are being collected, and where we have the legal and policy framework. So one of them you have already mentioned. This is the local government property rates. One of the challenges with this form of tax is the 2005 exemption of the owner-occupied properties, which put out of the tax base. It narrowed the tax base, so a lot of properties within the jurisdiction of different urban authorities ordinarily are left out. I must also note that for this tax, it's governed by the Local Government Rating Act, and it constitutes one of the largest own source of revenue for most urban authorities, especially the smaller ones. And it is levied on rateable value. Therefore, it is paid by properties which are developed. So where there is a development or a building on the land, those are the kind of properties that pay this tax. Important also to note is that this tax, the purpose is to provide urban basic services, services like roads, services like street lighting, and the rest. And therefore, that is why it is ironic why owner-occupied residential properties are actually exempted, because they also equally enjoy these services. And as a result of this exemption, what we have is the imbalance. So the tax is not equitable in the sense that only a few are paying it. Instead, if the tax base was wide, the burden of tax would actually be distributed, and therefore it would be a more accepted form of tax. The other challenge with this tax is its administration. So when we talk about, for instance, issues of updating valuation rolls, when we talk about issues of its collection, however, there have been some improvements in some of the urban authorities. KCCA is one example, where they have adopted web-based GIS systems that help in identification, valuation, and collection of the rates. The other tax, Dimitri, that is currently being administered and also constitute a reasonable percentage of revenue for local authorities are property and land-related charges and fees, and you mentioned that earlier. And these include development fees, they include transfer taxes, stamp duty, probate tax, and with the installation of the Digital National Land Information System in Uganda, which is a recent development, it has seen an increase in collection for these charges or levies. And the last one, Dimitri, is the leases, the lease premiums and annual ground rent. So these are some of the examples of the land-based financing tools that are currently being administered today.
Thank you so much, Simon. Well, I hear from the cow of Gulu has been with us here, and as a result of the improvements in the infrastructure, in particular the new roads in the city, the value of properties has shot up. So do you think some kind of betterment levies, and probably this is the same situation in Entebbe because you also participate in USMIT, so do you think that betterment levies can be a palatable kind of revenue for local governments?
Yeah, certainly, Dimitri, there are a number of land-based financing tools that have potential in Uganda, and that is one of them. I would also like to highlight especially land value capture and betterment levy, which I think has great potential here in Uganda, mainly because of what I mentioned earlier, the New World Order, where individual interest is actually overriding the public interest. And this is what we see currently in Uganda, that if there is public investment, the private landowners run away with the value increment, while that value increment is largely because of public investment. So what value capture does is you create a system where you monitor land values. And so you capture values before, but over time you monitor the increment in value that can be attributed to the public investment, like a road, for instance. I like to give the example of where I stay. I stay in the suburbs of Kampala, somewhere in Nalia. There is a road that most of you know, which was recently constructed somewhere around 2015-16 by UNRWA. This is the Nalia, Namugongo, Sonde, Seta Road. So a lot of property owners around increment in value, and most of this value increment can be attributed to the investment or construction of this road. So,
thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Simon. Well, Charles, moving to Entebbe. Entebbe has been developing, hasn't it? It's really transforming into a city. So talking about property tax, and as I understand, in your place, this is the biggest source of own revenues. Yeah. So talking about property tax, in your opinion, if you think about the entire potential, then what percentage of property tax do you actually collect against the potential?
Yeah, thank you very much. This has been a challenge in many ways. One, we have been managing revenue traditionally, all revenues, not only property, because for quite some time we did not have an automated revenue register, and therefore even the property roll was not automated, so it was not possible for us to know all the properties we have. First of all, that has been a challenge. And then two, because of valuation issues, you cannot charge somebody unless you have completed the process of valuation, which is not done regularly. So you look at Entebbe developing, looking at new properties, but you may find that 50% of those properties are not valued and therefore don't appear in our register. So I can't tell you that we are able to collect 100%. But what we have done is, one, we have merged our role, because the roles were separated at division level. We have merged them, and because of the automation of the revenue processes, we are now putting the property rates on the system. So we hope that we shall be able to at least move to 80% collection. Then when we do the completion of the valuation, we can have the new properties, because in the last 2 years, you see all the new properties, they are not valued. Therefore, we cannot collect money from them. And then this one brings in the leakage. Because you can't be everywhere, because of our limited staff. You had KCCR's Directorate of Strategy, they have revenue. Some of these structures of municipalities don't provide for this. So you can't be everywhere. So people take advantage of that. When they get a new property, you find somebody charging it when you don't know. So that's what we are trying to do. We can't have 100%. We have been operating at about 60% charging property.
Well, of course, a 20% improvement is a very significant improvement, and I really wish you to achieve that target. Thinking about land capture and land-based finance, we've just discussed with Simon some other types of land-based finance which in principle may be applicable. But you are the one there in the municipality, so would you say it is politically acceptable to introduce new type of fees or levies that are related to, say, land improvement and incremental improvements of the land? How would it work in your municipality, and what would you need for that?
One, you ask about the political acceptance. I would say yes or no, because it depends on the situation. But what I can talk about land-based financing. Of course, the people in this room know that over years, we have been going through land reforms. But we've missed out one point. We have failed to separate and ensure the clear ownership of land in this country. And that's a big challenge. You cannot have land-based financing when this one piece of land is owned by more than two people. Somebody has a title, he has a chibanja holder, the chibanja holder has a neighbor. Who will lend such a person? Or even those with land and they are sitting on it. Entebbe is the base for registration of land, but you find very many people without land titles. So we've not deliberately helped our people to register their properties. So you find somebody with a prime property, but legally he cannot use it for financing. And this is a challenge. So unless we comprehensively carry out the land reform and have proper registration and ownership of land, I don't think we shall have anything much to do with land financing in the land.
Thank you so much, Charles. I believe we are all convergent towards the opinion that land-based revenue is a significant and as yet not fully tapped into source of revenue. But thinking about some other sources of revenue, do you think there are some others that are not utilized enough in your municipality? Do you think there may be some other sources to be introduced of which we have not thought so far?
Definitely, yes. In the morning, I had somebody challenging us and saying we are collecting irregular fees. But of course, it's the regulator, like you said. If the Minister of Local Government is challenging the revenues we are collecting, then if the press was not here,
revenues created by the digital industries. We are talking about Airbnb, we are talking about all other companies, whereas it is the property and it is the environment that has been created locally is the foundation. Relevant remark, I believe. But going into more traditional sources of revenues,
somebody is paying a small fee, an operation fee, as a beach owner, is bringing over 10. We have very old structures. The first parliament, the state house, the old state house, the first chief justice. If we tap into them, for example, the first parliament is where Naro is seated. They don't pay anything less. Yeah, I don't see. I don't know how many people would walk into Entebbe to come and look at the political journey of this country and pay. When I go to Europe, I'm sorry about this, they keep taking me to places, show me so and so was here. I don't see the person, but I'm spending hours there and they want me to stay and they explain to me. I don't know these people. So, but Ugandans who hear about how the Asians were expelled from here, how Amin ruled, how the Kabakas ruled, would be interested in coming to this museum and pay money. So for me, I think as a municipality, this is a big source of revenue, which doesn't hinder anybody, because people come themselves. We're also having a challenge with the airport. When people see us in Entebbe and they see the airport, they think we are collecting a lot of revenue from the airport. But this airport is only paying us. When every business, a few people will fly in here, they keep telling you funny things. For us, the studies, the cost of the study, I think it will be wrong. So these are the...
Yet also see an Idi Amin museum where the possibilities engage you at all or not. I am. But I was saving you for dessert, David. And I hope the potential sources of revenues and how we can unlock the local advantages to national advantages, either increasing or tapping into revenue sources. So how can we create the political momentum and political traction to implement such changes? Where should we start? Who would be the key stakeholders to engage in this process? Over to you.
Let me know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Sorry for the delay. First of all, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be on this panel, and I appreciate having FMDB ask me to participate in this along with the other members of the sponsor group for this. It's a wonderful program. I'm really glad that this is being done again. It's been a long time since I've been in Uganda, unfortunately, I've got to say that it doesn't seem like at the level of the general, how shall I say, policies regarding municipal finance and municipal revenue, that too much has changed. On the other hand, what has changed, certainly in the case of KCCA rather, is that a great deal of effort has gone into making the tax system function better. In particular, the property tax system in Kampala has improved dramatically over the years, and very much due to the strong efforts of the KCCA staff, who really took over a very difficult situation, faced, I'm sure, by a similar situation faced, I'm sure, by many cities in Uganda. And they have really done a terrific job of improving the revenue collection. And I guess that's where I want to go from the standpoint of answering your question. And that is, it seems to me that before we can really start looking at introducing new revenue sources, you've got to be sure that the city government is able to maximize, that doesn't mean 100%, but maximize as far as they can the good collection of revenues for the taxes that they already have. The other thing is that if there are changes that need to be made to the base of those taxes, for instance, the note that one of my colleagues on the panel here made about the fact that there are own properties which are exempted by law from paying tax, then it seems to me that working on those, once you have already maximized your collections from your existing base, that becomes the second step. And it's really only the third step that would be the idea of introducing new or additional types of taxes and user charges. So I think that if one thinks in those terms, step one, maximize from existing sources, collect everything that is really actually due to the local government. Step two, looking at ways of changing the base for existing finally, three, looking at additional potential sources of taxes. Land taxes in general and capturing land value is an excellent idea, but it's not all that easy to do. And one of the big hurdles is always, of course, the politics surrounding land and taxation, which are difficult in every my country, the United States, is no exception. So it's often very difficult to make significant changes. But if you can demonstrate that you have done all you can, then it seems to me that you have a basis for starting to talk about new or improved and stepwise improvements to the use of land as a tax source.
Thank you so much, David, for this clear three-step roadmap towards improvement of local government revenues. As we have heard during the previous discussions as well, political sensitivities are not just about land finance, although it may be the most typical example, but we also have some vested interest in, how shall I put it, in an inadequate functioning of the revenue collection at the local level, because there are so many people who benefit from various types of irregularities. I remember we started discussions with one of the local governments on a pilot for automating local revenue collection, and our original proposal was to start with market fees, because this is quite an obvious area for improvement. But the local government was not keen at all on that particular area, because that could result in a conflict with the entities involved in the management of those markets in that particular local government. So again, I think that the issue of overcoming the political sensitivities and creating this drive for a more effective and efficient system of local revenue management, not just collection, but management in general, is a topical issue. And I hope that this conversation in this format will also help us identify what we can do about it and how we can approach it. Do we need to start at the local level? Do we need to engage the parliament, and how? What would be the role of various ministries, the Ministry of Local Government, the Ministry of Finance, of course? All those issues are quite complex and quite high on the agenda. So probably going back to the issue of land finance, but in a more general sense, how do you suggest, Simon, we should go about it? Where we should start? What leverages should we use?
Thank you, Dimitri. So I think that the question you ask is not an easy one.
But we are not here to answer easy questions.
Yeah. But about the different potential of the different land-based financing tools. So the different stakeholders, both political and technical, should be aware of some of the land-based financing tools that are not applied. I gave an example of land value capture, but there is a long list of them. And this should be evidence-based. So we should do research, looking at also the specificities in the different local areas, because the land-based financing tool that may be based for Kampala may not necessarily be the one for a town, a municipality like Adjumani or another one elsewhere. So it's good to look at also those context-specific issues and make sure that the advocacy is evidence-based, but also that it engages both the political, because if we don't have, especially the technical people's capacity built, then it's going to be difficult to advocate for the relevant policy reforms and legal reforms, but also later on when we talk about implementation. One aspect I see here is really the aspect of valuation. I think that many local governments in Uganda currently are struggling with this, how to go about valuation. Certainly, as you said, automating the system helps, but it's not enough. The system is as good as the software, the people. And so I think that...
and as the data,
yes.
Because you know, yes, the datum garbage in, garbage out.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So I think that this is really an important aspect that we need to consider and build that needed capacity and infrastructure to implement the different land-based financing tools. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Simon. Charles, and moving to you, where would you say you need most support in terms of capacity building, in terms of regulation? You have mentioned the issue of regularizing, for example, parking fees, but this is probably not the most worrisome issue from your perspective. So what are the key areas, what are the key types of support that you would need?
Yeah, thank you very much. For me, actually, talking about own revenue, own source revenue increment, I have a feeling that whether we automate, whether we take people through capacity building, increase advocacy, unless we understand the person we are taxing. Because but what are we doing for that person as government? Are we doing anything to support this individual? Take an example of these medium, small-scale industries, the small-scale industries, people adding value. This is a person with a small machine. We are levying a lot of taxes from this same person, but we are not giving anything. Umeme is charging them spare. So we need to think, we need capacity in enhancing the tax base. How do we support our local people to increase production and productivity so that we can tax somebody who is taxable? But we are rotating around the same person, you know. URA is asking this. When they want to supply small lunch to our office, you ask for income tax. They have to register. And well, this automation is helping us to get together around this person. URSBS is knowing him, URA is knowing him, I'm knowing him. But what are we doing as government to help them, to enhance their business so that we can tax somebody with the value?
So what can you do? And why you are not doing it?
Yeah, we look at local governments. We are getting financing from government. 90% is wage. The other money they are giving us is to do investment, do the roads. There is no deliberate effort. If we could get a budget line to support our tax, these small-scale people, the money we are giving the youth under YLP, the money, to me, I think, should be channeled through those people who are doing business so that we support them to enhance their businesses. I will be comfortable taxing them. But right now, you push me, tax these fellas, go around. These are the same fellas we are milking. They are not increasing on productivity.
But do you think local governments can do anything to support the people you are talking about,
Yeah,
or this should be done by the central government?
Definitely. If we have the central government has its own budget. They are doing roads, they are building dams. I don't think they know what we are going through with the local person. So we should have our people known to us, so that if they are so detached from what we are doing. So whether you build a road from Mbale to where the local person here in Katwe, who is suffering to pay umeme so that he can fabricate some things, who doesn't know those roads?
Okay, so the message here was that we need to make the benefits of taxation felt by individual taxpayers. And this is, of course, quite obvious. The question is how we can achieve it and what local governments can do better to make the benefits of tax payment be felt at the grassroots level. And unless we address that conundrum, I don't think we will be able to do much progress. David, turning over to you, do you have an opinion about what should be the priority steps in terms of capacity building for local governments, including this aspect of making the benefits of tax really tangible and visible at the local level? Over to you.
I think one of the things is how can I learn from origin throughout East Africa? We will also be beyond, for instance, in the case of KCCA, I know that the case had a great, the government of South Service in South Africa about how to improve their revenue efforts in general. And I think that model is a good one. Now, I can't describe what would be the best thing to focus on. I honestly think that the folks who are much closer to these issues, people in the revenue departments of the cities, I think they know what are the big problems, the big issues that they're facing. And I'm not talking about just the political ones, but also especially the technical ones. If they can work through various types of local government associations and organizations, pool their knowledge, it would be surprising, I think, for some people to learn that there's a great deal of knowledge already available within local government about how to solve problems. So when we talk about what's the next step in terms of capacity building, I would say find a way to create those linkages between local governments, both in countries, in the region, and internationally. And in particular, I think that there are some very, very fine models of revenue improvement, revenue enhancement in various ways, both in East and Southern Africa, but also in West Africa. And I'm sure that there are organizations which will be very keen to find ways to connect to expanded local governments with local governments elsewhere in order to learn from what they've done, how they address problems. Nobody has got a silver bullet for the style of everything. But I think that sharing ideas is going to take people a very good distance in terms of improving capacity.
Thank you so much for these very pertinent remarks. Both local government associations should play a more important role, I quite agree. Charles, are you still associated with UAU? Yes, so you are probably the right person. Also to think about how UAU can contribute to sharing information about good practices in revenue collection, how you can move towards an advocacy action to advocate for the changes that we have discussed, Can there be an aid memoir for the government that would formulate the key asks from local governments in terms of expanding their own revenue space and increasing it? Can there be some other legislative actions that you would like to flag to the Parliament, for example? This is in your hands. And of course, exchange with other countries and other cities is also very relevant, and this is in fact one of the areas which are implemented by PFOOD, the program that is also behind this event. There is a partnership with the city of Johannesburg on green bonds for Kampala, for KCCA. So all these venues, of course, should be explored. Many thanks to my panelists and to David for these very illuminating answers. I believe we still have some time for questions from the floor. Yes, we have 10 minutes. Colleagues, I'm inviting your questions, your comments. Please don't feel shy. Yes, please. Do we have a mic?
So much. I have a few brief questions that are prepared for the previous from KCCA on how they collect property tax from government properties. It looks it is a big problem in the urban setup collecting this money. Then two, one of the areas we need support an issue that was Town Clerk Entebbe was asked on the valuation of properties. We're aware that the 10 cities that have been created, there are some local governments that have been annexed, and we have to do a lot of valuation, and we don't have funds. So how is government ministry coming in, maybe to send us special fund to carry out this valuation? Then another one is that how has Ministry of Local Government engaged URA in the collection of park user fees? I've engaged the URA at various fora for the urban fraternity for treasurers. I happen to be the chair. But every time we have engaged the URA, the officials look a bit not aware of what to do. Last year, we had the URA officials coming to our local governments, and they promised they were developing a software in collecting this money. But so far, there is nothing that has come up. What is the way forward? We have money to collect from park user fees. The money is not being collected. Then another one is there's a lot of chance or opportunity given to associations in these revenue sources, markets, and then parks, where government says the first priority should be given to these stakeholders. Now they become taxpayers at the same time they're collectors. So collecting this money from these associations has been a problem. How is government helping to disengage these associations from revenue collection? Mabala Richard Michael, Treasurer Mbale City.
Thank you so much for the questions. We have another question over there on my left.
Yeah, thank you, panelists. We were told earlier that we shall ask questions for panel 2 and 3, and that's exactly what I'm doing, like my colleague has done. And mine there will be cross-cutting between the two panels. The first one is on the legal frameworks as raised by Mr. Yasin Sendaula. Yes, we have legal frameworks. We have laws. Some are redundant. Maybe I could use the word sleeping. Some are sleeping. Like now, the agents law, we have it in our Local Government Act that a local government as an agent can collect revenue on behalf of the principal, in this case, central government or stroke URA, and then charge a fee that will be agreed upon. But that law is redundant or sleeping. So my take is, who will wake it up? I feel that the stakeholders in this room, we have Minister of Local Government, Minister of Finance, the Tax Policy Department was here, Local Government Finance Commission, we have VULGA. These players, to me, I feel they can play a role in waking up some of these redundant laws. And therefore, in our resolutions for today, we may need to identify these stakeholders so that they can wake up some of these redundant laws. There was a mention of the standalone revenue unit in the finance department, because it was mentioned that the revenue collection is under the accounts, which is true. And in our structure, the person responsible for revenue is a senior finance officer who has the responsibility of budgeting, which is so enormous, and also revenue. Now, if it could be a unit, elevated to a unit, a standalone unit, and charged with revenue alone, I think that can be a long way. Probably before we look at the revenue authority units at local governments, because that can take a longer time. Mine is creating a revenue unit within local governments. We have, like it was mentioned again by Mr. Yasin Sendaula, we have local revenue enhancement plans. And these are the ones that can get the local governments a bit out of this, this cycle we are talking about. But they are largely not funded. We have the local revenue enhancement plans, but they are largely not funded because the funding is supposed to come from local revenue, which local revenue itself is not there. So we remain in that vicious cycle. We don't have the funding to manage these local revenue enhancement plans. This legal framework, of course, like it was mentioned, we have the automation going on. Local Government Finance Commission is, of course, piloting the urban. We think that should be rolled to the districts. But like again, Mr. Sendaula said, that it's not existing within any of the legal frameworks, that automation that is going on. So who will look at these legal frameworks? I believe that in this house, we have enough stakeholders to do this. The other one is thinking outside the box. Because those ones I've mentioned, it simply addresses the existing local revenue sources. But now thinking outside the box. Because, for example, in Ikumi, where I come from, we rely mainly on the mobile markets. And the experience of COVID-19 showed us that this is not sustainable because they basically closed down. So that's the need now to think outside the box and embrace lead and PPP. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, I believe we've heard some very interesting questions and comments, and this is quite enough. So to be fair to the previous panel, let me address some questions. I hope that, sorry, you would like to ask another one? Okay, let it be the last one because we don't really have much time. Okay, one last question. I hope it is one question, not 5 or 6 or 7.
No, it's just me. I have a quick.
Oh.
Hi. Sorry. Can I just make a very quick remark, which is, I've looked into this issue of land value capture in the Ugandan context quite a bit in another city, what we can do here. And I'm surprised it didn't come up more in the panel, but I think the actual big hindrance is the legislation. So just taking, for example, the national land policy, which I know isn't a binding legislation, but it's what we look to. It actually says no land taxes until we are a middle-income country. And so that is already something that then drives so I think there needs to be a shift in how we think about the public value that is created, and that, so to Simon's example of the road in Nalia and the properties going up by 50%, those same properties were probably also paid compensation for their land. So they probably got the compensation and then their values went up by 50%. So I think we just need a shift in thinking about what public value is, and that we need to have this shift of thinking infused in our legislation, because the way our legislation currently is, it is very difficult to think of very many land value capture tools that would function within it.
Yes, thank you so much, Astrid. And I also hope that the issue of regulation would come more prominently. And thank you for the paper that you produced together with Mihaly Kopnyane on land-based finance in Uganda. Yeah, one more, the last one. I'm not sure if we will have time for answers, because it appears that we have too many questions.
Yes, thank you. I just want, one, I'm from the Local Government Finance Commission. I'm a principal financial analyst. I head the Department of Local Revenues in the Local Government Finance Commission. And I've been the one spearheading the automation process of local revenue collection in the pilot districts and municipalities. One, I just wanted to make a clarification on what was presented. According to the chart of accounts, we have from Ministry of Finance, Accountant General's Office, we have 37 revenue sources. And I think this one ties with what Dimitri mentioned. What are the major sources of revenues in the country? And one would say there should be many. This one is taking me to a situation where when we are collecting these revenues, we need to follow the legal provisions, as it was mentioned by the commissioner from the ministry. For example, in the presentation made here, two sources which is to advise on the potential sources of revenue and how they're supposed to be collected, and even advise on the rates. So one of them, which I think was quantified to be unlawful, which I think it brings the local government to a kind of dissatisfaction in a way, is the parking fees. Parking fees is really stipulated in the Local Government Act. Somebody should go and read the Local Government Act, Schedule 5, Part 4. It is clearly stated there. And in that Local Government Act, there's a clause passed and passed by a minister of local government can qualify to be a source of local. Therefore, parking fees is a source according. For example, a telecommunication company gets license from UCC, Uganda Communication Commission, called an operational permit to allow them operate there. So that one is not unlawful. It is a legal Nansana or Makindia. There's coordination of revenue management in this country. I don't need to go into details of the laws, but I know there's Ministry of Local Government, I know there's local government. All these bodies have a role. For optimization, which I think Kumi wanted to get clarification, the development and the pilot is being spearheaded by Local Government Finance Commission, both the databases and IRAS. Then the Ministry of Local Government is supposed to see that what is put there is enforced, is supervised, and it works. Ministry of Finance, Tax Policy, especially the Accountant General's Office has a say in that. Then NITAU is for quality control. So all these things are being coordinated and it is being developed, and I think it will work. Because we are not working outside the law. We are not working outside the mandate. We are working within the mandate of the Local Government Finance Commission, which is enshrined in Article 194 of the Constitution, to advise on the potential sources of revenue, on the rates and how they're supposed to be collected. That is why the director from the Commission said, we are now in the process of developing a domestic local revenue management strategy, which is about to be launched. So there's coordination Kumi, there's coordination Nansana, there's coordination Sebagabo, there's coordination Entebbe, there's coordination Gulo, which is now, for example, Umbale, we are soon going there. So there's coordination. That is, I think, some of the few things I wanted to clarify.
Thank you so much to LGFC, and I believe we have received, in the meantime, clarifications on two issues. One of them concerned the parking fees. Obviously, Yasin disturbed a nest of hornets when he mentioned this issue. And the second question that has also received clarification concerned automation of revenue collection. Now I wonder if colleagues from KCCA are still around and they can answer to one of the questions that was asked before. KCCA, do we have someone? No. Okay.
There's someone.
There is someone?
Okay.
Okay, then we had possibly additional fund allocation, particularly in the areas that have been just incorporated into city areas. Who would be best? Would the Ministry of Local Government be in a position to answer if we still have well, we have a mic over there, but that's fine, yes.
Mine is just a clarification. And most of the issues, I think they raised, the people commenting were agreeing with the observation, and as earlier said, that may I come from the area of a compliance officer to make sure that what local governments do are within the law. That's what an inspector does. And there was a comment to say that there are various sources that are listed in the Local Government Act. Therefore, the local governments can go rightly and collect. I'm talking about this from a point of fact. 2 weeks ago, we lost a case in the KCCA about advertisement fees. Advertisement fees are provided for in the Local Government Act, and KCCA had gone a step further to even gazette these fees. but the ruling of the judge was that there's no operational procedures for this tax. There were no consultation. The fees were arrived at arbitrarily and therefore illegal. And true, in the Local Government Act also we have the trading license, even it has an act. But again, recently, we lost a course. I think Mr. Magumba has talked about it, charging the pharmaceutical business, the banks, the insurance companies, the telecoms. They said, local government, you have nothing to do with permitting this business to operate. You have nothing to do with licensing this business. But as the right, and we lost the case in court. The record is there. And the right clerk has rightly said that these people or these businesses are enjoying services in our towns and cities. So the question today would be, how do we bring these viable businesses to pay? What is provided in our legislation is not enough. That's why it is being squashed in the courts of the law. So we need to go back on the drawing table and see what can we do. He raised a good question. We have raised this issue, so who is supposed to do it? I think as the local government fraternity, we have to put our act together. There is a whole agency of government, the Rural Reform Commission. We'll make our case there. They will be willing to help us in this matter. And my appeal to this meeting also is that they should be picked up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yasin. And since you are still here, can you please also take two more questions? One is about support to valuation of properties. And the other one was the issue of aligning and refining legal frameworks, because there are obviously some provisions that are sleeping and probably they should continue in that state, and some that need to be really activated or changed. So, well, the first question was support to valuation of properties. Because, as you know, legally, local governments cannot do property tax collection unless it is properly evaluated every 5 years, I believe. And we had a question that with the creation of new cities, we now have some local governments newly incorporated into the territories of those cities without proper property valuation. So will there be some support available to complete that in those areas, some fund?
Supporting to property rates evaluation. It's true, the ministry and the Ministry of Local Government Finance Commission, we're actually supporting some new municipalities to undertake a property evaluation, but it's not enough. And why it's not enough, again, is because we don't have enough resources. I think also this is an area that we could think for support. But I think in the discussion which is there now, or what has not been tabled, is do local governments now have an incentive to collect taxes? Because this is something that they should be planning for. You know your property evaluation law is going to expire. Why don't you plan for it? The cash management system that we currently have does not, that the local governments are collecting now is held in the central treasury. They can't access it. They can't plan for it, and they can't save it. At the end of the year, they have to replan again, and they are using a cash-basis system. It's not accrual that they can carry their money forward or save it for such purposes. The incentive itself for the local government to collect revenue is not there now. And the services needed by the local governments day to day. These cities you see around here, they manage mortuaries. If they found a dead body, they are not going to wait for Minister of Health to pick it. They pick it. They have to arrange for the undertakers, whether they know a person or not. And that one, you cannot wait for money to be released to you for a quarter. You need it there and then. Now, in the absence of that cash management, the local governments are losing the incentive even to collect the little that they've been collecting. This is a policy issue. It has nothing to do with them. It has nothing to do with the Minister of Local Government. But the cash planning and cash forecast are the as we want to collect, but also how are we using the proceeds that we are collecting. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the single treasury account that probably
of land-based financing, we should critically look at physical planning and implementation of the physical plans. Without this, there is no way we are going to develop the country. It is something a bit wide, which we cannot discuss now, but if you want to really go into land-based financing, unless we comprehensively carry out the physical planning. For example, now the town clerk Guru was talking of taking over 250 square miles. Really, these are villages, not planned. There are no roads, no services. Unless we plan for them well and invest money, there's nobody who is going to go unless he's forced to go and put factories there just because it is a city in Guru. No, it will not be possible.
Thank you so much, and thank you again to my panelists and to Yasin who joined us at the end. It's been a very interesting conversation, and I hope later today and tomorrow there will be more opportunities to talk about the budget and fiscal autonomy of local governments, an issue that has come up very clearly and very strongly in our deliberations, and to work out the ways of addressing the issues of expanding local government fiscal space by increasing own source revenue generation, but also by changing the composition and the quality of local fiscal space. Thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the panelists. Thank you very much, the session chair. In Buganda, we say "webalenyo." I don't know if you've heard about that, Demetrius. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for staying with us. We have come to the end of day one of the Mkutano 2020, but there's more coming tomorrow. Now, today we had very rich discussions from very rich panels right from the beginning when we opened up this meeting. We had from a panel that discussed financing future local government infrastructure and service delivery. We had from another panel that discussed the bottlenecks in enhancing local revenue. And of course, the panel that just concluded the discussion talking about the untapped sources of local revenue. Now, don't miss tomorrow. We shall still have an equally rich panels discussing very important issues that you do not, pertaining financing of local governments that you do not want to miss. We are living in very, very difficult times where we have, whatever we do, we mind time, the curfew time. So that's the reason we want to wrap up quickly, wrap up early, so that for some of us who come from the village where you have to climb over mountains, get boats to cross over streams, we need to get going as early as possible, and that is why we want to be able to release you. Yes. Okay. But before you go, there's coffee, there's some refreshment out there. Please don't leave it for us. It's meant for you. Please share it with us. There's coffee and some bites that you can please enjoy. I'd like to say thank you again. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Tuonane kesho. Same time, 9 o'clock, right here. Have a good evening.
Jagala tukadiwe ngayenza koitatia walivuga kakali nange ndibakukalia Jagala tukadiwe ngayenza